Man. Oh, took a bit of a nap. Just woke up. A little bit groggy. But it might take me a while, right? To kind of shake off some of that. Shake off some of that haze. Okay. So, funnily enough, I woke up and then I was kind of thinking about stuff. Can be a little bit of an overthinker in that sense. So, you know what? This is what I'm going to do. Right? Since I'm sitting here, you know, I play. I keep finding myself in the same spot all the time, right? Like, just keep finding myself in the same spot. You know, well, in certain situations anyway. You know, I start to recognize a little bit of a pattern in terms of like where I sometimes struggle when it comes to games. You know, so I think maybe, and I kind of know. I think I know what I need to do to kind of fix some of these issues. So I'm just gonna try it out for a little bit, right? I mean, at the end of the day, Mortal is there, right? Mortal is there for you to use. You know, so I think the plan is just like not be lazy. Alright, note them down, note, you know, some of these like trouble spots down and stuff like that. Right. Actually, you know, put in the effort and note it down, right? And run it through Mortal and see if I can actually kind of figure out some kind of pattern. Excuse me. So yeah, the plan is to kind of like just, you know, maybe put in that little bit of extra effort, right? To actually note down where some of the trouble spots are and actually run it through Mortal and see if I can kind of pick up, you know, a pattern from there. Or if anything, at least kind of work out, iron out some of, you know, some of these trouble spots, right? Especially when it comes to like stuff like Tanki and things like that and whatnot. You know. Because I have been putting in a fairly decent volume of games, right? Fairly decent, you know, and it's I guess it's kind of finally coming to a point for me where it's sort of like, look, you know what? Okay, enough is enough. You know, if you're going to kind of get better, I suppose, then you know, or if you kind of really want to get better, right? Then you're gonna have to kind of put in the work, right? Playing more games and making the same mistakes and kind of not figuring out what those mistakes are, you know, it's not really going to change anything. You're just going to be repeating those same mistakes over and over again, right? So I don't know. I'll try to try, and then, you know, kind of see where that goes from there, I suppose. All right, where do we leave off? Where do we leave off? Yeah, okay. Yeah. We'll use Fuji for now. Oh, whoa. Okay. Yep. Getting the habits from clearing off those East games. Kinda still there. Cheerful. All right. Oh, so groggy. It seems like a fairly straightforward hand. We'll see. Fast, but not liking it. Well, not liking that Tanki anyway. Which again, you know, is usually where I start to have some problems. Alright, ditch that. Hopefully draw 2 or 3. 3 is better. 3. Okay, so this is where it gets a little bit sticky. Okay, I'm gonna do this. Because this is kind of starting to build it into something which we can kind of work out of. Kind of work out of. Okay, still Ishanten now. Still Ishanten, but with some little bit better optionalities here, I suppose. Alright, bad news is I realize I haven't been really paying attention to the board, so... Oh, that's as always. See? So now I'm not sure, right? Was this just a tad too fancy or... Nah, I think it should be fine. Okay, here. Wow, okay. Straight out the gates, I feel like I hit confusion. Right. Which would be better, this or this? Okay. Well, feels like nothing's gonna complete. What I kind of don't like about this spot though is that 3-6. Okay. That would have been Zumo. That kind of sucks. Man, this is... Oh! I ran out. That was so dumb. Ran out of time and then like... Okay. Well, that sucks. That was dumb. That was dumb. That was dumb. That was really dumb. Yeah, that's unintentionally dumb. I was kind of stuck whether or not you hold Tenpai there or you kind of like try and whether you hold Tenpai there or you try and actually just slow it down anyway. Like, I think the Rigi there should be okay, but I just want to burn it in and see. You know what I mean? Like I said, just burn it there. Burn it in, right? Burn it in. I think it's kind of like, you know what, just... Let's just not wonder anymore. This one. Maybe this one? Maybe it should have been this one. I kinda think maybe it should have been this one. Alright, let's not get too fancy for now. Hey, get a 6. Get a 6 here. Get a 6 here would be an absolute monster, isn't it? Sneaky, sneaky.
Beach.
Ah, man. A rough spot. Rough spot. But I better hope they don't draw it. That was unfortunate. Alright. Don't see anything. Don't see anything that could have done differently. That could have been done differently for that hand. So it's unfortunate. That was quick. That was quick. Alright. That sucks. Okay. That's a pretty decent weight on his part, given that. Alright, what do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, so Ishan 10. Chi Tui. Right out the gates. I draw a red 5 here, would be good. The next best thing, I suppose. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. It's 4. Yeah, it's 4. Tsumo is 5. 5. Tsumo is 5. Richie is 6. So Tsumo gives me 6. Dylan now gives me 5. Okay, maybe not supposed to Richie here. Okay. Maybe. I think though if problem with Pei here though, I think is that if we don't get it, or if nobody draws it soon, then I'm highly unlikely to get it. My points weren't that great, right? So I'm kind of really put in a spot there. I guess on the bright side, there are 2 more, right? So if anyone kind of pulls it, then it jams their hand. So the possibility, I guess, to kind of like take 2 players out, if we're lucky. Well, I think you kind of hope it's for someone holding 1 to kind of draw a pair and still be on defense, right? Because then he'll be really inclined to let it go. Well, looks like no love. It's fine. Alright, well, that saves that dealer discard. That saves that dealer discard. Unfortunately, Xia is killed off right out of the gates. I think this one. This is annoying.
G.
I don't think this would have been right. Something tells me this isn't right. It's not the worst 2 Shanten, which has kind of morphed into an Ishan 10. There's 7 here. Problem I think is whether if we don't draw the Dora, then what's the plan? Right. Let's say you fill like 2 out of 5 first. And what do? I mean 5 is kind of a no-brainer, but 2. Let's say you draw 2 here. Then what? Okay. Alright. Ouch. That's gotta hurt. That's gotta hurt. Interesting spot. Interesting spot. Do I pawn this? Yeah, I pawn this. This gives me Tenpai. Gives me Tenpai, gives me Chanta, so it's what? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. This is 4. Okay, alright. It's a Mangan 4, so. And this. That was fast. I guess the miracle it would be to self-draw this. It's unfortunate. And Tenpai by turn 3. Huh. Okay. Yeah, these kind of spots are always iffy. Guessing this has to go first. Right? Because you still have acceptance into this, right? While keeping, so you only lose 6. Now this is where it's a bit, Guessing here? Yeah, here. Yeah, here. That seems better. Could be wrong, but seems better. It might not be better. Because you draw an 8. If you drew an 8 there... No, it feels the same actually. doesn't increase my shanten in any way. Fuck. Okay, so if I kept it at 789, 789, right. So it'll be 789 there. Oh, should been the other way around. No, we were supposed to do it the other way around. We promised that we'll do it the other way around. Okay, right. Well, that's fine. In this case, it's fine, which is okay. Alright. Yeah, of course we do this. This is fine. Because now, we're Tanyao. Sort of. We have 4-7, we can kind of cheat it, maybe? Cheat the 4-7? Yeah, I kind of felt a bit slow there though, yeah. South 2, South 3, South 4. Okay, alright. That hand wasn't that bad. Didn't feel that bad. So far. Alright, so far not the worst. The points are not showing what. Points are not reflecting the points are not ideal, but doesn't feel like too big of a struggle. Okay, I guess it would be kind of interesting to look at efficiency wise. Alright, what do we have? So missing one block. Just kind of like that, right? So yeah, it'll be this one. I guess this? No? Not really liking this spot though. Because we draw like that, it's withdrawal. Where am I gonna get a pair from, right? Where am I gonna get a pair from? This guy's just trying to speed his way through everything. Let's see. 1, 4, 5. 1, 4, 5. 1, 4, 5. That's fine. 1, 4, 5. Just didn't get the draw. He's having a rough day. Alright. Okay. So I kinda need something here. I need something here. The good news is that, well, third place I think is pretty... Third place here is probably pretty set. Unless an absolute disaster happens with Kami-chan. Now... So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 gives. 5 gives. 5 gives Itsu possibility, right? So 5 gives Itsu possibility. Kind of need a pair. Kind of have painful still open as well. 3 painful Itsu. Most of those are possible. Yeah, I think yeah. Right. Go there. Yeah. 4, 5, 6, 4, 5, 6, 4. This case a little bit non-zero, but it's not gonna be something that you kind of actively target. It is slow though. Right now it is slow. Speed-wise it's slow. Probably behind. I'm sure somebody else kind of has. It's kind of 1 Shanten ahead of us. I guess we do that, right? Because it keeps Dora optionalities still open. You draw the Dora, you kind of toss. Okay, I can lose it now, I suppose. So Ishan 10, we get Pinful with 6, 9, 2. 6, 9, and 2, we get Pinful. Things like if we do hit Pinful, do we reach E? Do we reach E? I guess we do with Stealer, right? Normally reach E though. Yeah, 6, 9. Whoa. Man, really? Really? Alright, that's a bit. I guess I draw a 6 here, it's kind of good. But I mean, I kill off some of my outs, but. 1 each. So slow. Wow, okay, this is terrible. Alright, no, it's still not the worst. It's still not the worst because I know we're waiting on a single card, right? There we go. Okay, I think we reach E here. Here I think we can reach E. It is not the worst spot. Yeah, I wanted the 6, right? The only thing I wasn't sure is whether or not we reach E here. So you know what? Okay, we'll just put it down. So south 3, right? 3. I'm curious about the reach E here. Yeah, actually, I think we reach it here because there's no risk of loss. There is no risk of loss.
うまそうな餌の裏にはでっけえ罠が張ってあんだ。できる狩人にとって
これぞ転覆。リーチ、ツモ、ピンフ。
Need to win one more. One more win here. One more win here gives us. One more win here would give us first. Each draw will be very good here. Each draw will be very good here. I think it's this. I'm not sure. This one I'm not sure. Outside chance for an absolute beast of a hand, right? Shashoku and then like Dora 2 or something like that. Shashoku Dora 2. If we can build Shashoku Dora 2, this Janta also kind of becomes open. My problem is that it looks like a really tough hand to build. Can we force it in? We could kind of force it in. We could. And this has to go, right? Yeah, it's a fairly slow hand. I don't want that. No SSK. No. Alright. Well, if I'm third with these points, I know I don't lose points. It's gonna be like 1. Alright. This can go. Okay. Well, I know this means no push. Hopefully he deals in. He deals in is fine. He deals in is like, oh, whatever. Okay. Yeah, we do this. Nope, game over. No. Dash. Alright, so we have 4. Come on, somebody. East wind. East wind, someone. Alright, nobody has it. Nobody has it. Nobody has it. I'm just gonna push. It's like whatever. Oh, no one has it. So sad. So sad. So sad. Oh, bullshit. Man, and I am dealer too. Okay, it's fine. Alright. Still a chance for second though. Still a chance for second. Well, okay, you know what? Well, this is toast, right? So we kind of let this go. It's fine. It's fine. Maybe this will be toast too, but that's fine too. 1, 2, 3, 4. What? Chi3 here? Really? Well, I guess would have been a decent Chi3 if we could build it. But I hate building Chi3. Come on, like seriously, I hate building Chi3. Absolutely, I hate building Chi3. Gonna do this and try and get pinful. Try being the key word. Okay, right. Do have this weird outside chance of pinful Daniel. Click wrong, please. Yeah, this weird outside chance of pinful Daniel. we do this. We do this just in case we draw another. Just in case we draw another 7, right? Ishan 10, Pifudora 1. Ishan 10 to Pifudora 1. If we get Richie, we can take it because it's second. Even though it might be. Oh man. Yeah, I guess we do this, right? So now we have like this. This 2 for these 2 for these 2 for the pair opens up. Actually no, everything opens up, right? It gives us a lot of reaching options here. 6 9 6 9 6 9 6 9. No, I don't think so, right? 6 9. I mean here 3 5 is still open. Yeah, I think it's the same. I think it's pretty much the same. Alright. Cut to this. If he deals in here, he loses second. Bad news is though is that if I hit Richie, then it's like alright. Guess I have to do this. Okay, no. Yeah. I think kind of full is the play here. And be happy with that, unfortunately. And hope that maybe... Okay, if he Zumos Haneman, I think I am. If he Zumos Haneman, I am second, I think. No, I'm not. If he Zumos Haneman, he is second. So dealer needs to deal in. Dealer deals in, I'm probably second. Alright. Yeah, so it's just fold. So it's just fold. Yeah, that puts me second, I believe. Ta-da! That's unfortunate for him. It's unfortunate for him because he was doing pretty okay. Ooh, I didn't see the results. Like that part of the results. So who got second? Never mind, we can check that later. Alright. Oh man, no. Didn't need to come out here. Never mind, it's fine. That's fine. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. Just run it in. I mean failure. No. Door. I don't think we need to care so much about show rating. Alright. So, what do we have? Each one on 3 versus 5. Right. So each one, 3M versus 5. M versus 5 was somewhere around here. Here. Turn 9. Turn 9, turn 9, turn 9. 3M here. So he tosses this and keeps. Okay. Alright. And I think I know why. Wait. Ah? 3 versus 5. You lose 5. What's the difference? Why? Wow, okay, and 5 is like absolutely optimal as well. Like, shit. Okay. 3 versus 5. You toss 5. What do I lose? What do I lose by? Okay, so the good thing is that chat's a little bit quiet at the moment, so I can kind of, you know, just take my time and kind of think a little bit here, right? I don't have to worry too much about chat. Why 5? Okay, what do I lose with? What do I lose with 3? What do I lose with 3? With 3, I lose the chance of 3 being useful. In the sense that I can't draw another 3. Right. Okay, I think I kind of see it. The only question is whether or not you can apply this in game. Right. Problem here is that, like, why 3M versus 5, I think I kind of see it. Because if you keep 5 and draw another 5, then you're going to lose the 4. Then you're kind of going to lose a little bit of flexibility with the card, with your hand. Right. So this factors in drawing the third. I believe it factors in drawing the third 3. Any other 3s on board? No. Yeah. Right. So if you draw another 3 here, it'll be helpful. Right. So tossing the 5 keeps the third, drawing a third 3 in play. Right. You draw a third 3, you're gonna have a hell of a lot of options when it comes to your win conditions. Right. So I think I gotta wrap my mind around that third 3 possibility. By losing 5 here, yeah, I think this one all comes down to that. It just all comes down to that. So I kind of need to keep that in mind, like the possibility of the third draw. That means don't stop at 2, right? Which I know I do have a habit of doing. Like right here, I kind of like just like, okay, 2. It's kind of 2. It's not gonna be 3. I say 2, I mean like 2, right? So, like, I don't consider the possibility of drawing the third one unless I kind of really need it as part of the hand, or like it's kind of part of some kind of monster combi. Hey Pina. Hey. How's your day been? So what I'm doing here is I'm kind of running Mortal. You know, I'm kind of at a point where I feel like, hey, you know what? I feel like I'm always stuck at the same spot. Right? I'm always stuck at the same spot, stuck at the same decisions, you know, stuff like that. Right? Especially when it comes to tankies and all that sort of stuff. So I decided, hey, you know what? Like just put in some effort. Like if I'm not gonna put in the effort, you know, I'm just gonna keep playing more games. Isn't gonna make a difference, right? You're just gonna keep making the same mistakes over and over and over again. So I decided I shall put in just that little bit of effort and try to at least kind of build some kind of framework or structure when it comes to some of these spots. Okay, I can kind of see why 3M over 5, yeah. Alright, okay. So it's basically like when looking at a hand, you kind of gotta factor the third draw, the third card, which in this case would be more, drawing a third 3 would be more useful, way more useful than drawing a third 5, right? So keeping the 5 and hoping for, yeah, actually, yeah. The more I stare at it, the more I understand why 3M over 5 now, over the 5S. Alright, okay. I don't think this hand became any more complicated after that. Yeah, it was pretty simple. Yeah, okay. Alright. That's fine. Okay. Alright. Okay. Today I learned. What's the next one? The E2 Ricci. So E2 Ricci, right? It's a fairly straightforward hand, I know. Hit Ricci fairly quickly. And I was kind of just curious whether was Ricci the right decision. Oops. Whoops. Oh, I actually hit the Ricci already. Yeah, I remember it was really, really quick. Ricci was really quick here. Let's go back there. That. So it's just here. Alright. So E2. Really? Break the nun? The hell do you know, man? Really? Break the nun? Okay, but ignoring the nun aside. Okay, I think I know. Wait, was I? I think I know why break the nun. No, but I had none. So why? Why? Okay, I guess it's kind of just wanting to keep the full range of tile acceptancy, right? So okay, fine. But never mind. I mean, I guess it's kind of like 50-50. Blessing of Earth, but it wasn't dealer. No, but Blessing of Earth is still a Yakuman anyway. I mean, like, you know, if you're lucky to kind of hit it, you know, do you really care that you? I mean, that's kind of like saying, like, you know, you almost hit like I don't know, like Daizanken as a non-dealer, right? You basically mean like win on the first turn kind of thing, right? Because Blessing of Heaven, I know, is just is winning the moment you open your hand. Right, so Blessing of Earth, if I'm not wrong, is that you're not dealer. Your hand opens straight out in Tenpai, and you win either on this card, or you win on Zumo. Right, and it's still a Yakuman anyway, so whether or not you're dealer or not is kind of. I had one hand once that was pretty funny. It was kind of like like open dealer double Ricci, right? And then it was just Ipatsu. Okay. Person behind you discarded what you wanted. You didn't Ricci? Did you Ricci? I mean, if Ricci is double Ricci there still, right? I mean, like double Ricci Ipatsu. So that was what you got, double Ricci Ipatsu instead. Oh man, do you know the thing that always like kind of bounces in my mind sometimes, right? It's like how you open your hand and it's a double Ricci, right? I mean, be it dealer or whatever, like double Ricci, and how close double Ricci is. I mean, well, it's like Ishan 10 to to a blessing hand kind of thing, you know. It's like Ishan 10 to a blessing hand. It's like one of these days, right? Okay, but this is the thing, yeah. You know how like for most double Ricci hands kind of thing is kind of straightforward. Okay, so remember I told you I had Blessing of Heaven in Ashura, right? That's the part that I think, you know, you gotta be really careful if you ever have a blessing hand, you know, especially if you're like me, like, you know, like sloppy, right? Like you kind of just you know, like see, you know, you just see something, you click and you go, right? So yeah, so when I had the blessing hand in Ashura, you know, I nearly ended up clicking Ricci instead. Like there was this whole state of confusion, right? I mean, because think about it, right? It's fairly autopilot. Like if you're a dealer, your hand opens, you see Ricci, it's like yeah, of course a Ricci, right? It's double Ricci. Why would I not take double Ricci kind of thing, you know? So, but if you're not careful, right, you could your brain could actually overlook the Ron. You know what I mean? So I kind of like look at it, I was like, wait, Ricci? I was like, then I kind of stared at it, I stared at it. Then I kind of realized the Ron option there, you know. So I actually nearly had blessing and missed it. By actually going into some weird double Ricci full return kind of stuff. Okay. Let's check it out. Alright, I can always hop back to this. Let's check it out. Oops. Huh. Cool, they know how to. Oh, it's kind of cool that day. Was it this one? No, it's not this one. Right? No, this was it's not that one. Double Ricci. This one. It's probably this one. Wow. Holy shit. Dude, this is so close. I'll be so sad. Wait. This is... Huh? Oh man, dude. No, really. No. Surely there was an option to run there, right? Ouch. No way. No. Oh my god. Really? Only pawn? No way, why? So what? It has to be... Okay, wait. Yeah, I need to see this as well. Really? I thought that... It's double Yakuman? Okay, so it should be Yakuman, right? Really? It's gotta be Tsumo! It's got to be Tsumo! Okay. So this is new to me. Today I learned. So it's gotta be Tsumo. Shit! Okay, because like I told you, right? For us here, you know, we kind of have our own Mahjong variant, own Mahjong rule, that sort of stuff and whatnot, right? Over here, this would have been our blessing of Earth. This would have been our blessing of Earth. Right? So it is allowed to win off the discard, and that gives the blessing. Okay, and you know, so it kind of wired into my brain that I kind of assumed that you could win by discard. So okay, oh no, so it has to be Tsumo. It has to be Tsumo. Shit? That kind of sucks, right? I mean, sometimes some of these like Yakumans, right? In my mind, it's kind of like holy shit, it's tough enough as it is, and you still kind of make it even harder, and it's only a Yakuman. It's like, alright, okay. Man. Okay. Alright. So today I learned. I had always thought that, yeah, I've always thought that that you could win off a discard for blessing of earth. But man, that sucks, right? Because what happens then if, like, you know, so in my mind I'm thinking, what happens then if this was pinful? You know what I mean? That kind of sucks, because it's like you can't even double reachy, right? You can't even double reachy, and straight out it's like pinful, right? I guess then what you would kind of do is not run. So in that circumstance, you would not run, right? Pass it, right? And then double reachy on your first turn. If you had pinful, so we're assuming that you had pinful here, right? Like maybe this was, I don't know, like 7-8 or some shit, right? Like this was 7-8, and then he tossed this. Then you kind of like ignore the run out the gate, right? Let it pass and then double reachy. Okay, all right. What is? Well, I mean, it's okay, right? I mean, you still got a double reachy out of it. You still got a double reachy out of it. You think it's how many turns though? It's not too bad. You didn't need to suffer that long. Didn't need to suffer that long. Okay, we were through as well. Yeah. That was close. It was so close. That was nice though. Yeah. Blessings are so funny. Blessings are so funny. Where was it? Where is it? I don't have this somewhere here. I don't even know why I have some of these Ashura games saved. Okay, no, it's not one of these. It's definitely higher up. Yeah, this one. Teho. It's not Teho, it's Tenho. Dude. Yeah. So sad that it was Ashura, but you know what? Screw it. We take it. Yeah. It was just like that. I think the only good thing with like DCs and stuff like that is the fact that they actually do at least know how to run. You know, I once DC'd the turn before I drew my Tenpai, and the bot tossed it out for me. That was a part that was kind of annoying. But yeah. So e4 2. Oh yeah. Let's check that one out. I don't know why I keep missing the H. Last match. This one. Last one. DC. Yeah. DC can be really scary. Were you like Irichi for it though? If you're DC and you're in Richie, I know it will know to run for you. The good news with this is that you kind of had the point lead here, right? Worst case, it kind of worst case it kind of just becomes this pain in the ass where like you actually like drop to. So that. No, can't there. It's a 4.
Done.
Huh? Minus 24. Eh? I don't know. Looks like the right one. Take it first. I didn't even notice. Okay, let's get this one. Last game. This one?
Bonus.
Five, 6.
Bon.
Eh?
Bon.
Hey, there's this spot here. Here. You ditch Ipiko here? Yeah, it's about a bit strange. Do you realize you ditch Ipiko here? Right. Because 4 4 5 6 6, right? I might have actually tossed 5 here. For myself anyway. Right. Because you ditch 5 here, right? You ditch 5 here, you keep Ipeko, right? You draw 6-9, you're in Tenpai for Ipeko. Then you kinda have the option to Dharma if you need to. Right. You have the option to Dharma if you need to. You know, of course then if you draw the 5, then you got Ipeko, Painful Reach, Richie Painful, Ipeko, right? Half between folding. But okay, I guess of course, you know, it's always this is okay, hold on a sec. Just give me 1 sec. Yeah, okay. I don't know about folding here. Of course, you know, this is the thing I kind of muse now because we're here. I am looking at the log, right? And here we are talking about it in hindsight, kind of thing and whatnot. And of course, like you know, yeah, granted, right? I'm not there. I'm not there in the pressures of the match, kind of thing. I don't know what your past games are like, how you're feeling, things like that and whatnot. Like for me, like I kind of look at this and it's very easy for me to kind of look at it and just go like, oh, but why, right? Your hand is kind of too strong to just fold here, you know. But at the same time, it's kind of like, okay, I can see the argument for wanting to just tank it through because it's E4. The thing is though, like I don't know, like just speaking out loud here, right? You know, and I am fully aware of this whole, like, yeah, it's really easy to just backseat drive when you're not, especially when you're not in a match with the benefit of hindsight and stuff like that. It's kind of like, you know, if you fold here and East 1 actually finds a hand, right? And so in a way, if you fold, you allow East 1 the chance, East to find the chance to get a hand. And if he actually gets a hand, he might actually push you into third, right? if Kami-chan actually finds a hand, he also pushes you. He will push you into last. He will push you into third. So there was a lot of third place risk here because of the closeness of the points to a certain extent, right? Even though here is 12, but he has dealer advantage, right? So any kind of like Zumo doesn't even have to be Mangan. Like 7,000 points, I think, is enough to kind of close it down. 7,000 points would be enough. Let me see. No, 7,000 points maybe not. 7,000 points maybe not. But Mangan Zumo there would definitely do the job for him, right? So Mangan on the left or right, kind of like yeah. No, yeah. So this is the thing, right? If look back here, right? You know, actually, if you look back here, you know, you lose the 5, right? If you lose the 5, then there was actually no worries of a 2-pin tanki in that sense, because you lose a 5, you get Ipeko, you know, you get Ipeko here, right? So waiting on the 6 is kind of better than waiting on the 6. Waiting on the 5 here, 4. Yeah, waiting on the 5 here is better than they're kind of waiting on a 2, right? And then what happens is, let's say you kept your Ipeko here, correct? You know, then, like, yeah, you know what I mean? Let's say you kept your Ipeko here, right? And then you just look for the 6-9 draw, right? If you happen to draw the 2 here, you can kind of toss it and then like try to look for the pair, you know, because here then what happens is that you kind of like have 6-9, 4, 7. And still 5, because if you draw the 5, right, you end up kind of tanky for the pair, but you would have the 1 Yaku to kind of then not have to reach in that sense, you know. But again, we all, you know, I can fully understand that, you know, we're all just looking at this, you know, with the benefit of hindsight kind of thing. Of course, if I was still in that spot here, then I kind of like, okay, maybe you kind of have to fold, right? Especially after this point. Yeah, I can imagine this was, wow. Yeah, at this point it's kind of like, ouch, you kind of fold. Wow, 9 was scary. 9 was scary. And you were so pushed into a spot where it's kind of like, yeah. And it's this weight as well, right? We always talk about this weight, right? Where it's kind of like, it looks deceptively good, but actually it's not that good, correct? I mean, like, you see 3 cards, like, round on 1 pin, on 5 soul, and on 8 soul. But the 5 soul is always the 5 soul is always deceptive, because, you know, in reality you're just waiting on 1. Let me guess, 1 pin more. That's my guess. If it was 5, it would be sick though. Wow, okay. This is a very sketchy spot, man. Really sketchy spot. Ta-da! 1 pin more. See, I can predict the wall. Nice. I can imagine though, it would have been very stressful, right? Because then it's like fighting for second. We're fighting for second, right? And like left and right are like are all holding absolute monsters that would absolutely like just destroy you if it was. No, but you see, the good news is this, right? If you reach it and you disconnect, right? Actually, at that point, there was no need to worry, because if you are in Richie and you disconnect and you Zimo, right? You don't even need a Zimo. If you are in Richie and you disconnect and somebody had discarded, the bot would run for you. That I know. It will not be so dumb as to pass for you on this regard. If you're a Dhamma, yes, it would pass for you. But if you're a Richi, it would run for you. So actually on that note, if you were in Richi and you disconnect, there's actually no fear there. In reality, then kind of means that you could kind of like just chill, like go home, have coffee, stuff like that and whatnot, take a break, whatever, and then come back and then see the results, like whether or not it will. Unless, of course, in the unlikely event that it actually went to like a draw state, right? So you reach it, you didn't get it, and then he's like tempai and stuff like that and whatnot, and it goes one more round. Then of course, then you'll be DC'd for the next round, But yeah, just to allay your fears on that one, correct? Is that if you're Richi and you DC, the bot will run for you, which is kind of annoying to a certain degree. But because I've experienced it myself many times, right? I mean, I said on the wrong end of it. So what's gonna happen is that, like, for the other players, right? Someone's gonna toss a card, and everybody's gonna be sitting there, right? And it's kind of like, wow, someone is pushing, that kind of thing. Then it goes kind of like past the point because you burn the clock down, right? And then it goes from like someone is pushing to like, oh, okay, this guy has Ron, right? To like, oh my god, okay, so it's Ron and he's taking a really long time to press Ron, right? And then after that, eventually it's kind of like, okay, I think he DC'd, right? But it still leaves a bit of that sucky feeling because that he DC'd, but he Ron, and that the AI is not, I wouldn't call it AI because it's like it's actually stupid play when you're AFK or DC, right? That the bot is not so stupid to pass it, right? So you're kind of just sitting down there waiting for it to happen, right? Then after it goes wrong, and then the lightning kind of shows up or something like that. Yeah, happened to me many times. It happened to me many times. A good one, man. Good one. Where was this? E4 to E4 2. So it's this one. So the sketchy spot somewhere. But what's the sketchy spot? Oh, it was the Richi, yeah. Oh, the last game E3 was really rough for me because I was kind of like just chugging along, right? And then got hit by Richi here, right? And I was kind of like, wow, okay, what do I like? Yeah, right. So what do you toss here? Kind of like, could we be, So I was kind of looking at it, right? I was just like, wow, okay, this is bad. I have absolutely no idea what is safe, what is safe. Unfortunately, I opted for the 2. So the thing with the one pin here, right? The problem with the one pin here is kind of, yeah, it's really absolute total toss up in that sense, and why I'm kind of like, yeah, I mean, one is, I guess, so this was what I wanted to check, right? Like, what do you kind of do here? Because I've also kind of been in spots like this, and I tossed a 1, and it kind of turns out to be wrong because like these guys just, I don't know, RNG just loves to screw me over like that. I've been in so many spots like that where I toss like the 1 or the 9, and then I end up really hitting, their Ipatsu, their some stuff like that, and it kind of like, so I start to get a bit like, oh, so I figure, okay, you know what, let's just check, right? So maybe it was this one, but let's just check. Right. See? Okay, so this is fine. This is actually fine. So the bot would, the AI would actually have Ipatsu him as well. And I think I know why it chooses to, which, if that's the case, then it's kind of okay, I suppose, because it's kind of just one of those rough spots, right? So okay, so why 2? Even though it's kind of like, even though it's, you kind of deal in, right, like why 2? And okay, it's comforting to know that, you know, it's kind of like the same thought process, or at least some kind of logic aligns with an optimal decision, right? It's mainly because of these discards, right? I mean, like 3 3 1 2 kind of thing. It kind of gives a little bit of that, like, well, because most of these cards have kind of been utilized, I suppose, right? Then the chances of him kind of building something here diminishes, given the information that is kind of present in that sense, right? You know, then you do actually kind of probably toss 2 here, right? The reason why not 1 is because, you know, you have absolutely zero information as to how his pin structure looks like, right? Like, what does he have pin structure wise, with the exception of the 2. I am kind of guessing that after the 1 and the 8, that okay, then it's 1. Yeah, okay, so 1 would have been the next choice after the, okay, yeah, okay, so I know why. I think I know how the AI, which by the way, I mean, so what someone told me, right, was that this AI is kind of like, it's like 1008 done plus or something like that. So apparently, I guess it's the kind of like the equivalent of like C++, like C level or some shit like that, you know, in terms of ability, right? So I think at the end of the day, when you're kind of in this spot, right? Okay, so why the 2 is probably because of, like I said again, like the discards here, right? That's why 2, right? Why 1 after that is probably because, like, this is the only thing that you kind of have to go for. So I guess like how it's being rationalized is that, like, you just kind of have to go with whatever card that kind of has the least probability of some kind of structure, simply because like cards around it have been discarded. That's my guess. That is my guess. I could be wrong. Here, right? And why? So of course, then using that same analogy, I guess, like kind of like, okay, so then why not 3, right? Why not 3? Because of you know, since like 2 has kind of been tossed around, I am guessing it's because like 3 is a little bit too floating and too middle, in a sense that like a lot of shit can be built around 3 for a wrong condition, in a sense, right? Like 4 5, you know, like 4 5. There are too many combinations, right? 4 5 1 1 3. Sorry, 4 5 2 4 2 4 1 2. You know, that kind of thing, right? There's too many combinations that can be built that even though having 2 2s out, you still have so many combinations of tempais that could exist, you know, at this point. So 3 is kind of like out of the question there, you know. I'm guessing. I mean, like, to me, I don't know, when I kind of voice it out, right? When I kind of voice it out, it kind of makes sense to me, right? You know. But I mean, I guess, okay, I guess. Actually, okay. So what I feel is this, right? Like if you do that, you know, you kind of survive. You would survive, like you would survive silver, gold very easily doing that, but you can't do that in Jade, in my opinion, right? That means it's sort of like, yeah, if no information push, right, you actually can't do that in Jade. I think the reason why I say that is because I used to do that. I've done that a lot of times. That also used to be my, I guess, like my default, right? Like, just play aggressively, right? You know, best defense is a strong offense kind of thing. I used to do that, you know, very aggressively in that sense, right? And what I find is that, you know, more often than not, it kind of just gets me way into too much trouble. So it's sort of like if you don't have enough information and someone is reachy, you know. Okay, so if you don't have enough information and someone reaches, I think the best option, and this is of course assuming, and because you say you continue to build your hand, so it means your hand is kind of not there yet, right? I mean, of course, if it's kind of like, oh, you know, if I have no information, I fight, that is kind of different, right? If you need to build your hand, it means that you're not there yet, you know, and likely not even Ishan 10 or not even Tenpai, yeah, you know. I think the right play there, right, is actually to try hang on Like try and hang on and try and get information and try not to deal in. That's what I think. You know, unless you can guarantee that it's not gonna be a big hand. Like for example, like some kind of you know, some kind of win Dora kind of thing, right? And then win Dora and like maybe some of it's out, you know, that sort of stuff. So like you pretty much know like yesterday I had one game where it was kind of like I pushed, right? But it was like the Dora was Haku or something like that. I had one, I tossed it out, it was safe kind of thing, you know. I tossed it out. The ditching of the Dora was a bit sketchy, right? You know, but once that passed, it was kind of clear that okay, so you know the hand limit is probably only going to be up to 3 or something like that, you know. So in that sense, then you can kind of safely push because you know that hand value is going to be not likely going to exceed 3, not likely. But the problem is that with these circumstances also, it's not impossible to exceed 3 as well, right? So you know, you kind of do have some of these spots where it can be very hairy. So generally, I think you know, is that if you don't have much information, you can't, more often than not, you can't just blindly continue to push. That's what I guess like my view kind of is. And you know, the reason why I kind of have that view is really because more often than not, I really found myself in trouble in Jade. So like I said, right, you know, I always find like Jade is really scary in the sense, like I said, you know, like we talked about, you know, like this whole pushing the low value Honetsu thing and stuff like that, right? You do see how these guys, especially, I mean, of course, if you're sitting on a whole entire table full of M1 players, like low M1s, right, the ones who are M1 and like barely hanging on 400 points, 300 points kind of thing, you know, then it's like it kind of plays a little bit like goal. But the moment you're in a table where it's like M2, M3, S1, you know, that kind of thing, a couple of these guys in the mix, right, they do really build their hand around like your hand in some of these circumstances, and then they just wait for you to deal in, you know. So it's like the level of play is really, really different. Sometimes, you know, like blind aggression really does hurt in that sense. So East 2-2, this is East 4-2. So okay, I know this one, but it was this one. I had some kind of, I think it was just whether I'm not sure I had Richie there. That's what I believe. I hit Richie really, really quickly. So after okay, so the good news is was after that deal in, right? So I was kind of like in a really bad spot here. You know, then I picked up this hand, which was like a very quick. It was just a very quick chitui. Oops. It was just a very quick chitui tenpai, and then I kind of like tenpai on. I reach it on. Yeah, it's this one. So I reach it on. Actually, good thing. I'm curious whether I reach it on. Man, he doesn't say reach it on what. Yeah, I know Richie. It's like, dude, Richie on what? What do I Richie on? Doesn't say. Doesn't say what to Richie on. Or was it this one? Yeah. Okay. No, Richie on what? It's cut 5. Where was my Richie? My Richie was which turn? Okay, no, it's here. So I'm way too far ahead here. So it's here, right? Yeah, you Richie on a 5 or you Richie on? Player discard, yeah, correct. Mortal discards 5. Okay, so it actually keeps that there, right? It doesn't say Richie or what. That's annoying. Oh no, actually it does say. Alright, yeah, Richie on 5. Okay. this was kind of no. It's the very first turn it would have actually ditched the 5 and held the. So this turn, like this spot, it actually would have kept. It would actually have kept white and discarded this. That's what it's saying on the first turn. Right. But the choice of Tenpai and the Ricci was correct, which was the 5, right? So Ricci on 5 and Tenpai on the pay. Even though pay is, the 1 pay is out, right? And I'm guessing the reason for that is kind of, you know, like, yeah, I mean, between a 5 that has 3 more out there and a pay that has like already 1 out, I mean, like the choice is always to take the pay that has 1 out. You know, I guess because 5 just has so much utility to it that, like, you know, like if you're gonna Chitue Ricci on it kind of thing, it's not gonna be a very good choice in that sense. So yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. This is what I'm kind of doing when I say, like, okay, you know what, I'm just gonna put in some effort, right, to make some sense out of some of these spots in that sense. And I realized, okay, not so difficult. Just kind of have notepad out, you know, just kind of note it down and then just have a look at the whole thing after, like, kind of after the game, right? If not, like, every single time I'm in this spot, I'm gonna be like, oh, what do I do, right? Then I guess, right? And I guess, and, like, you know, then I don't kind of, like, at least have some kind of idea of what's actually the correct play kind of thing. And then, like, the next time I'm here again, and it's gonna be like, oh, what do I do? And then I'm gonna guess again, and it's like, so I realized, you know what, the only way to kind of break this never-ending cycle is to kind of at least kind of do something about it. And so this is me attempting to do something about it. The problem, of course, is that you can't remember, right? But I'm hoping that maybe with enough repetition, like, at least some kind of vague idea would kind of build, like, you know, some kind of vague idea with what I should do when I see the same spot next time should kind of build. So S1, this was the S1 repeat, right? S1 repeat and 2M discard was kind of troubling for me. So we have S1 repeat, so it's here, and there was some kind of 2M discard. 2M discard? No, this hand was pretty straightforward. Was there one more? It was probably this one. Oh, okay. So it's repeat 3, not repeat 2. 2M. 2M. Okay, I know which spot. I know what happened. It's probably here or here. One of these spots. Right. So this is S3 actually. It would be funny to see the bot build the best hands to win and hit Rodora. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the bot will hit Rodora as well, man. It's like it just go absolutely full tilt then. I never hit Russ. So depressing. South 1, South 1, South 1, 2. Yep, this is the one. I think this is 50-50, so it's fine. Okay, this was fine, this was fine. This is fine, so it's here, right? Okay. Okay, so remember how I keep going on, and I'm sure this one you would remember, how I keep going on about how I hate donkeys, right? Like how I really just absolutely hate donkeys. In these kind of spots, I really habitually would just like ditch the 1 and keep the 2. Right, I mean, I've said this so many times when it comes to like when I do it, you know, right, like these kind of spots like that. I've said it so many times, you know, when I do it, that it's like, wow, I really don't know. Like I have the impression that I'm not supposed to be doing it this way, right? You know, I'm not supposed to be doing it this way, and I keep doing it. I think, you know what. So like I guess like with this, what it kind of tells me is that like, okay, you know what, really, I mean, like, okay, so you kind of think it's the wrong play, but you still, you know, you still keep doing it, you know, and I've seen this many times as well, whereby like, you know, like really you got to like I might not like it, but it's actually more optimum to keep the block intact in that sense, you know. It's kind of more optimum to keep the block intact rather than like ditch it for the double pair and kind of like wing it from there. Alright, so okay, fine. You know what I'm gonna do? So okay, so you see this is then gonna be the adjustment that I'm kind of gonna make, and then I'll continue to review in that sense, right? Which is sort of like, okay, you know what? Let's just try not giving up on these like Tanky weights so easily, you know, and kind of just see what happens from there. That's my plan. Like, okay, I think at this spot enough is enough. I'm not gonna keep doing this anymore, right? It's gonna be uncomfortable, like really uncomfortable, but I think I'm just gonna try and like work through these like these spots in that sense, and really just like, okay, fine, you know, I hate it, but I'll do it that way because it's just like, you know, I think I kind of at a point where I'm tired of the bot telling me that I'm wrong on this decision when I kind of know that it's probably the wrong decision as well. So it says S3 Rigi was this spot, right? So I hit Rigi, or maybe it was some kind of option to Rigi or something. Wait, let me see. Did I Rigi? If I Rigi, then it's like, okay, so it's the Rigi. Let's just see. This is S3, right? Okay, this is fine. So at this spot here, turn 7, 2 Shanten. Player discards this, Mortal discards 2. So it's here. Is it here? I think it's here. No. This one. Mortal discards 2. Why? I think I know why. Right? So you see, it's the same thing again, right? You see the 4-6. So you see this part of the habit in that sense, right? Like I look at the 4-6, I kind of hate it, and then I opt to go for something else, like something else that in my mind it feels like, okay, it gives me a better chance to kind of like it gives me a better chance to kind of work something out of and hope that I work something out of this shape in that sense. And I'm pretty sure if I rewind the stream, I would actually kind of hear myself, you know, say that, like, okay, you know what, I hate this. I'm gonna see if I can kind of work something out of here. That's one, I think, in terms of possibility. The other possibility, I think, is because like maybe the bot just kind of feels that I'm discounting Shashoku too much here, maybe. But again, the same thing, right? Like you see, like clear, and I know that this is a weak spot that I need to work on, which is kind of like I'm not valuing valuing these donkeys properly in that sense, and I believe that it's definitely hurting my game a lot, you know. So I kind of need to figure this part out a little bit, right? You see, like even in this spot, right? Like okay, so we look at this here, right? Can you imagine at this spot, right? What would you do, right? The 4 kind of looks like the obvious card, correct? Like the 4 kind of look like the obvious card, but even then the AI is still saying that, like, no, you know, we actually still lose the 2 here. Like, how sick is that, right? Like we're talking about a block. So basically, if you look at this situation here, right, we're talking about a block that was so valuable, which I kind of tore apart, right? That was so valuable, right? That even after tearing it apart, like the last remaining card, the bot is still saying that no, you actually keep it. Like you still keep it and kind of do something with that, you know. It's not the fact of you wrecking it. That kind of says a lot. I mean, if you ask me, right? Like in the world of bad plays, right? This is so bad that even after like destroying half of it, you know, this like it's still saying like no, you kind of stick with it actually. Like jeez. All right. But I guess this would be like, I would not have this situation if I can get this part out of the way. Right, so basically the tossing of the 2. I wonder why though. Okay, I think I know why. Yeah. I won. I think I did win this, or at least like I didn't get into too much trouble after that. No, I won it. I think I won it. Yeah, I think I won this. Did I win this? Yeah, I won this. Won this by some more. But this is the thing, right? So yeah. Yeah. But this is the thing, right? So I guess this is so, I mean, come on. This is the part. Okay, so this is the part that I guess is very easy to kind of, I guess, sort of go off the rails, right? And why sometimes we end up reinforcing our own bad play, right? So it's like we kind of won here, but let's put it this way, right? It's like almost imagine like a C level player, so like celestial level or some shit. I mean, the bot is clearly at least S3 or C something kind of thing. Definitely at least S3 or C something, right? It's like kind of like telling a player of that caliber, right, that you know better when you're still floundering in like M1. You know what I mean, right? That's the part that you know, it's like kind of like negative reinforcement in that sense when it comes to these like circumstances or situation, you know. So now I'm kind of thinking like why, right? Okay, so I guess part of my rationale here why I ended up like accepting and tackling this you know, and discarding that is that I think in my mind at this point in time, I mean, so this is why I decided, hey, you know what, I'll do this when when the hand is still kind of at least fresh in my head, right? Was that like over here I had the tanki on a tree, so it's okay, it's some attempt on like trying to it's some attempt at trying to at least accept, you know, tanki weights a little bit better, like a little bit more. So okay, I do try to rewire it out my brain, but I think I kind of see why this was a mistake in this spot, because if you look at it here, right, like yeah, you kind of have tanki here. You have tanki here, you have tanki here, right? This kind of has the potential to draw into a three-sided weight. True, but at the same time, by chasing the three-sided weight here, so if you hit this here, is very strong, right? If you hit this here, it's going to be very strong. Like you draw a 8, you kind of have 3, 6, 9 tempai, and if you draw a 3, then the shape is kind of done in that sense. But I think where I'm kind of making a bit of a mistake here is that actually this can be very easily improved. This side here can be very easily improved if I draw a 7 or if I draw a 3. So drawing 7 and drawing 3 here will immediately give me Ramen on this, right? And I still have the optionality to draw the 5, right? So if I draw 5, like good, then it's done, don't have to worry about it, right? But I can still draw 3 and I can still draw 7, right? And then lose it for Ramen. I think that this is where that mistake kind of lies in that sense, right? So you see, like when you kind of like compare on, you know, against this, then it kind of gives you that spot to consider. I mean, the annoying thing, of course, and I guess this is why I kept putting it off, right? It's like for most part, hey, I didn't really want to do this as well. It kind of feels like it kind of feels just that little bit boring. It kind of feels like, you know, like homework to a certain extent. You know, of course, you ask me like what kind of change, like, you know, and what made me kind of more willing to do this now, right? It's because I kind of I finally got to this point where I felt, and maybe the volume of games, you know, that was going through recently kind of helped get me to this point, which is kind of like, you know what, playing more games really isn't going to help at all, because I'm just going to end up in this spot more frequently, and I'm still gonna be just as confused, because you know what I mean. So if I don't at least kind of like figure out this spot now, right, then all I'm just gonna do is just be cranking out more games, be stuffed in the same spot, be upset, be annoyed, you know, and kind of just like the more games is just more repetition of the same pain in that sense. So I kind of had enough of that, you know. So I kind of decided, yeah, you know what, screw this. Let's just kind of at least get you know, like try and change some of that, because I got tired, like absolutely tired of making that same mistake over and over again. Now I think it was the Ricci, right? So I was kind of curious, like whether Ricci here was the right play. I guess Ricci, right? Yeah, Ricci. Okay, all right, Ricci. You can't get. You know why? Do you know why? Because you're playing East. You need to play South. This only works for South games. The AI only works for South games, so you gotta play South for it to be able to fully process the yeah. It don't work on East games. So you see, this is the thing, right? Like somehow or other, I think like you know. So why I ended up like, you know, I always end up like, okay, fine. You know what? I'm gonna need to kind of get South in order, right? You know, is that I don't know. I just get this feeling that South is always like the general more accepted. I guess like the accepted format, I guess, for lack of a better way to put it, right? And this is the thing that I was kind of pondering in my head the other time, right? Like you clearly can hit like maybe S1, maybe even up to S1 just grinding East games, you know. And some might say that it's even more efficient in that sense, right? My question is like you know, like really in terms of ability, then, you know, how would one then say view an S1 player, right, that got there through playing East games versus, you know, like an S1 player who got there playing South games, right? You know, I mean, arguably it's kind of two different format, I suppose, you know. And I wonder whether is it really like even a comparison? Should even a comparison be made, you know, or is there gonna be like a little bit of a distinct difference? I guess like it's kind of like maybe like comparing a sit and go player versus like, you know, like like I don't know, like cash or full ring kind of thing, right? That sort of stuff, right? Or like 6 max sit and go versus like full ring sit and go, that sort of stuff, you know. Yeah, South. Alright, just give me a sec. I'm just gonna hop off to the washroom. Just give me a sec. Alright, back. But the thing though, Pina, what I think, okay, what I think is that if you're gonna do this, you kind of need to do it on a computer. Like because I always play on mobile, I honestly think that it's gonna be pain to do this on mobile. Like now doing this on desktop, kind of just sitting here, kind of looking at it and stuff like that, right? Like it just feels so much easier because you just tap, and you have like the screen space to kind of just shuffle things around, and it's just tap, you know. Like I tried doing it on mobile, then you kind of like go switch windows, and then you kind of overlay it, like what I'm doing, like that kind of thing. Like just toss the window on top, kind of, you know. It's like I don't know. I definitely won't have the discipline to do this on mobile. That's one thing I'm 100% certain of. You know, just gonna end up like you know, like try and switch windows and mobile, things like that, and like you can't compare. Just like, yeah, I think it'll just drive me absolutely crazy. Okay, so that's fine. Can kind of hide this. Can kind of, we are done here. Excuse me. Okay. It would mean, well, okay, I guess good and bad. It would mean that I lose I lose copper at a slower rate. If I'm going to be cranking out games at like non-stop pace, wow, okay, this is going to be a tough game. This is going to be a tough game. but it's okay. I come forth with new knowledge. I'm guessing do not cheat that. I'm pretty sure it's gonna tell me to toss these instead and keep this because you kind of wanna. So I have no idea why I ended up tossing the 1 instead, which was, yeah, see, it's gonna come back and bite me. Okay, that was, straight out the gate, it's just like. It's fine. It's fine, we still have this, so it's fine. Hmm. I am guessing this. I could be wrong. Man, I'm just gonna like notate this, right? Like the first discard aside, I think this was bad. I should have just lost these right out the start. No, I think not. Like kind of moves me forward, but it doesn't move me forward in a meaningful enough way to open up the hand for. Here, probably not as well. Oh, then this is reset to see if like it turns out I should have kept the 4 instead. Alright. So here I'm guessing this. Probably this. Alright, that's put me in Shantan. This, I suppose. Still Shantan. Makes the 8 a bit. Makes the 8 a bit sus though. Oh. Alright. But yeah, as you can see, these guys are really fast. These guys are really fast. Like they really don't mess around with like their tile efficiencies and stuff like that, right? Which is why I kind of feel that, okay, really, you know, there's so much room upwards in terms of tile efficiency that I could kind of improve on that. Like, yeah, let's just stop guessing. Okay. I guess we do this here. I guess. Actually, no, it might have been this. Shit. Yeah, I think it was this. I think that would have been better. Crap. Oh well. Too late now. Crap. Yeah, I think it was that shit. Okay, alright. Never mind. Never mind. Man. So sad. Seriously, like every single spot. God. I'm guessing it's this. Might be wrong. This definitely needs to run through. This definitely needs to run through. I know I'm not fast about this one because he's just following along. I mean, if I tossed the 7, I probably wouldn't see the 8 there, so. Just push this. Fingers crossed. Okay, kinda hating life right now. Alright, Tenpai. I would be free 10. Shit, they were giving me Tenpai. That's fine. Okay. No, it's this. Alright. It's a good spot though, I guess. It's a good spot. It's a good spot. Fingers crossed. Come on. The problem though is that if they have to think, they're not throwing this. That's one thing I know. If they have to think, they're likely not throwing this. Oh well. It's gonna suck if I delay him though. That's one thing I know. Whoops. This is not good. Because my weights are obvious now. My weights are obvious. They know! I wouldn't put it past them to know. They know. They know. He probably knows as well, but he can't do anything about it, right? So no, everyone knows. Everyone knows. So now it's like, oh, this sucks. Yeah, just gonna have to push it and like just oh well. I guess no 10. Tenpai no 10, no 10, and then like shit. Fuck. Man, it's rough. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Shit, should have tossed the. Probably should have tossed the 8, I think. But it's fine. Okay. I've seen this. You have seen this. But I'm guessing in this case you probably can lose it. Seriously, God, every single spot. So it feels like every single spot. Damn it. It's one of these, yeah. Okay, alright. Nope. You noob. Well, I guess good news is I could still come in last year. It's okay, I do that all the time too. No, there goes my Itsu. Actually, no, I wouldn't get it. It'll be very hard to work Itsu in here because there's some kind of weird Furiten. There'll be some kind of weird Furiten BS. Alright. I'm guessing it's a not the worst situation thing. Alright. Actually, you know what I'm thinking? Like with regards to like this whole like the earlier 4-6 thing, right? The 4-6 situation. So I kind of like, okay, kind of rolled with it there, and then drew the 5 and things like that. So what I think might happen, right, is that if you continue to just like, okay, you know what? If it's the right play, then you kind of follow it and just trust that it's the right play. What's gonna happen is that you're gonna see enough. I mean, if it will only be the right play if it yields the positive outcome in that sense, right? You do it often enough, you're gonna see enough positive outcome. So what I think is that, then just kind of like rolling with it would kind of just help eventually, because you're gonna see enough occurrences of positive reinforcement, right? That's just gonna end up right, like automatically, I guess, wiring in the whole, so like it will kind of sort itself out through positive reinforcement naturally, right? I'm actually guessing this. Man, I'm not sure. Jeez, like every single man. Ooh. Alright, never mind. We do the work. Yeah, well, this is toast now, so that can go. I think no soul. I have to stop tossing souls out. I kind of have to stop tossing souls out if I can help it, right? I think it's fairly easy to see why no more souls. It's because like this, then you kind of have like a straightforward like Honitsu. I'll go with the safe one and hope that I don't deal in here first, right? Actually, no, this was a much better choice. If you're talking about no deal in, this would be a much better choice. But now we have this. Nah, I'm guessing fold. Right, hence way too slow. There's risk of dealing into. There's risk of dealing in if I cut this, so it's like okay, so we lose that. So I guess this goes. Alright. I guess 4 goes. Oh, now 9 goes, which is fine. 9 goes. Eight. 9. Sure. Yeah, have a 9. I shall tempt you. I shall not tempt you with souls. Like maybe then you can get into like Tempai or something like that. Take it! Take it! Take it! Nom 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 nom. Shall tempt you. Take it! Alright. Now you two can go slog it out. Or both of you can go and slog it out. Right? Because I completely intend to do this now. Like then I'll toss all this shit out. And the both of you can go and... The both of you can figure it out then. There you go. There. That's fine. I wonder whether feeding him Tempai was a good or bad thing though. Right, because feeding him Tempai, well, it kind of gives them the risk of dealing into each other. And I had safe cards to kind of back off from there. Nah. Alright. We have any kind of Mangan possibility? Yeah, we do. We do. If we get 2. Get 2, we have some nice Mangan possibilities. So 2-5, right? 2-5, you cheat a 2-5, and then so I kind of ponders and like, okay, alright, this is okay. Oh man, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Shit. Got kind of this horrible cheat-way looking thing. Honetsu cheat-way. The absolute worst. Good news is though, it's kind of connected enough that we can kind of make it work. Yeah, this can go, I guess. Yeah, this can go, because this is all out. Alright. So sucky thing is we draw. The sucky thing would be we draw the... What we really like to draw is 7. Like 7 would be so epic, because 7 gives me so much like more optionality here. Like 7 would be the most absolute batshit crazy draw I could have here. Why even argue a Ricci on that? And I don't like this. Can't get my chun. Honetsu. If I get 2-5 here, it's Honetsu. Alright, yeah, this can go. Take it. Here you go. Not liking this. What's the AI say here? E4. So it's e4 and that chi. E4 2m. Right. And you can go. You can go. Just gonna go save. Oh, okay. It's so painful. Whole shenanigans, right? Don't think there's a need for defense at the moment. Shit. If I can fill this up fairly quickly, that'd be really good. On 6 pin here would be very good. Right. I think if we draw 6 pin, then I'm guessing this. This should be safe to call. This is a little bit sad though. Still 2 Shanten. It's kind of a rough 2 Shanten as well. There's 2 Shanten for risky discard. A 2 Shanten for risky discard, right? And like no pair. No pair! Hate when I have no pair. That's fine. Okay. Whatever. It's all fun. This.
ポン
This breaks this block, right? Breaks this block. Toss this. Yeah, this problem. Yeah. What's this? Wow, this whole hand, this entire hand. Shit. Shit. Shit! That's not good. That's not good. Okay. Oh, sorry. I'm sure we'll figure it out. I am sure we'll figure it out. I'm guessing this now. I don't like is that we kind of have this and we then end up just a little bit short of block. Pretty sure it's not going to be this. Alright. So we pawn this. Toss this. So we have a pair. We have our blocks. Kind of. So we can kind of go nuts here, I suppose. No, we shift this one to the side. Because we know 2 is safe. Right. It means we hold more dangerous cards here, but we know the 2 is safe. Correct. I don't know. Let's just see what the... We will just see what he says. Or she. Manual says we're still not drawing. We're behind. We're way behind here. Right. Someone's definitely in Tampa at this stage. And... Really. I think we hold the course. I don't really want to pawn that.
リーチだよ
Alright, so now he's gone 4. Do I have safeties? Yeah, I do. 5. But it's fine. I actually think Dora here is also fine. I think Dora here is also fine, but no. Actually, no. I don't think Dora here is fine. That's this.
G です
It's kind of lost 3. This is fine. That's not fine. Okay, now it's fine.
安心してまだ終われちゃうから
Alright, I'm kind of going somewhere. Now this is not fine. Wow, so it's right. Dora wasn't safe. Zidora is not safe. Zidora is not safe. It's kind of a funny spot, right? We're kind of like in second place just by hanging on for dear life. While like our dear S2 friends steamrolls everybody. Oh no! No. I meant to toss this. I kind of clicked it and I like tried to do that. Oh, okay. Never mind. It's It's already out. It's already out. Too late for regrets. I guess it's not the worst. It's not the worst. It could, I mean, if you want to Tanya all this, we kind of got to lose that anyway. Right. Bad news is that he got this, so it gives him like free reign to like just go ruffle stomping on everybody. Ruffle stomp. I want to lose this first, I suppose. Kind of get a little bit of a safe cut here in the event of a quick dealer Ricci, which I wouldn't put it past them. Now the problem is this, right? We kind of have a hand that's worth. I think it's worth a Tanyao push if the chance comes. The problem with Tanyao push here is that then you're gonna. Well, not that way. But the problem with Tanyao push here is that you're gonna. Yeah, I kind of feel you're gonna roll up against a Ricci against. Guess we ditched this early. Right. We ditch it early. Might be wrong. Bad news is it's kind of like, oh, that's all this Honetsu risk, right? Which kind of means we gotta lose this like probably earlier rather than later. Let's just lose it first. Just lose it first. Alright, okay, that's fine. Yeah, let's just push. Let's just push. Everybody party, come on. Everybody party like there's no tomorrow. Number 6. I really want a 6. Nope. Alright, we do this. Not liking it, but we do this. But not liking it. This is dangerous though. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Perhaps if I ditch it now. Yeah, this is what I didn't like. I figured something like this shit would happen. Alright. Because then it means I gotta like ditch the Dora. 1? No. 4. Okay. Do we ditch Dora? I guess we do, right? Do we ditch Dora or do we Tenpai like that? One, two, three. I actually think we do this. I don't know. Man. Oh, okay. South. Oh, I don't know. It's one of the soft ones, right? 2P versus, I don't know. What do you toss? 6S. I remember 6S, yeah. Okay, alright. Alright. Yeah, hungry. I'm hungry. Excuse me. Probably this. He's hating life. Wow. Wow. Alright. I guess this. Yeah, I'm quite sure it's this. Right. Then it's gonna be this at some point. Now the question is this or this, right? Interesting. I'm guessing this. Oh man, I'm not sure. So do we lose none, even though it gives us 2? We got this spot here, right? Guessing it's gonna be this. Shit. I'm not sure. Shit, it might have been 3. Fuck me. Oh man, it might have been 3. Shit. It might even have been the 3 here. Shit. Ishan 10. The shit down Doras, but it's a stupid mistake. No. Okay, well, we'll just see what Mortal says for the entire thing. How about that? Like the entire thing, right? Okay, I'm guessing in this spot here it would be... Man, this whole thing is a shit show. Yeah, I'm guessing this, even though it's like, oh man, so sketch. I'm guessing there's a worst case you lose the Dora, right? So we kind of like have Ishan 10. Shit. Oh, this is so bad. Feels so bad. The whole entire hand like feels so bad. God. Oh god. Damn it. Shit. Alright. Good. Just like put me out of this misery. It's fine. I'm fine. I am fine. Okay, so ideally I'm gonna adopt a fairly weird strategy here, right? That weird strategy is gonna be that as long as Doimian doesn't reach E, I actually am prepared to just kind of hopefully get to Tenpai and then just like hopefully get to Tenpai. Hopefully Doimian doesn't find a hand, right? And if I am in Tenpai, I will actually break it for no 10, just to end the game. That is the plan. The only question is whether or not Doimian finds a hand, right? Because good news is, well, I could still deal Mangan into pretty much Kami-chan and Simo-chan here. Hey! Hi, Bray? Am I pronouncing it correctly? Bray? Oh yeah? Got Master in Sama? Sama is fun, right? I love Sama. That was really fun. How far away are you from Master in Yonma? I keep bouncing in and out of Master. Like I hit like M3 and then I kind of slide back to. So for me, I think it was like I hit M2 the first time, and I came all the way back down. Yeah, I'm guessing it's this. I hit M2 the first time, came all the way back down to E3, and then like went all the way back up to M3, and it came all the way back down to like M1. Then there was a bouncing around M1 and M2, and then like from M2 really close to M3, and then I came all the way back down to E3 again. So it's like for me, it was just this huge up and down, right? It was just up and down and up and down. It's like E2? Do you play East more or do you play South more? Because I was like kind of grinding out a lot of East games, but you know, I'm kind of like trying to get my South game back in order again. Alright, so this spot. Alright, I guess this spot we do the outside in, right? We always said that what I'm trying to kind of get into my head is like, okay. Yeah, I was primarily an East game player when I oh man, why you do this? Why you do this? Oh, that was. But I don't really want to win this hand. I mean, to be honest, I really don't want to win this hand because there's kind of like almost no way to catch this guy unless I have two really epic like shit. Actually, no. Okay, fine. You know what? We done with this. Can't reach it anyway. Not with that dead weight. Okay, we done with this. Maybe if I had paid more attention there. Maybe if I had paid more attention there, I would have actually cut this and kept this, right? Or it made more sense there. So now I'm like kind of like always hunchins, East and bronze, South after. Since bronze, yeah, that's true. Sorry, kind of got half distracted by the hand as well. So yeah, like so for myself, I was yes 8, but I don't want to be in Tenpai. That's fine, you can take it. So as long as like not some crazy ass monster hand kind of thing. That's fine. I can deal out the manga and still be first here. So it's fine. That is fine. So yeah, for myself, yeah, I used to play a lot of East games, right? Then it took a really long time before I kind of swapped out to Hanchans. But for the last couple of days, I kind of realized that I was really close to this for season, which was this one East games. Okay, I know how to look for it now. It was East games season, right? This one, Unstoppable. So I kind of like realized that, hey, you know what? I only needed like 150 games more to go to like kind of complete this. So I was like, okay, you know what? Let's just grind out some more East games. Kind of. At that point in time, I kind of just dropped back to E3, right? So I figured, okay, you know what? Yeah, let's just use that and just. I mean, since I'm at E3, I kind of like don't care kind of thing. So I just used that to as an excuse as well. So I just kind of cleared this. Yes, I believe it was yesterday. Yeah, cleared this. I just cleared this yesterday. So I mean the reason for this and the good news is that then I kind of don't need to care anymore whether I play East or South. Like there's absolutely like zero like sort of quest kind of thing for East for me. So so now I'm like back to like, okay, you know what, let's just kind of fix my South game kind of thing. But I was also playing a lot of okay, wait, there was a way to kind of get the music a little bit softer, which was this. Yeah, this kind of gets the music a little bit softer. So yeah, so I was kind of playing a lot more Sanma like the last 2 months. So that was when I think after I dropped from M2 back to E3, then I kind of got a bit like frustrated because the drop from M2 to E3 was really bad. Like I just hit this absolutely horrendous streak, right? You know, whereby like game after game after game, I couldn't get a hand. You know, people were just hitting Zumos all over the place. You know, just like this absolute suffer fest kind of thing, right? So after I dropped the E3, I guess I was kind of just like I just kind of had it, right? So I said, okay, you know what? Let's go back to Sama and try and make it work. So it's kind of funny because at that point in time, I think I was M2 in Sama. Then I figured, okay, you know what? Let's just try and like push that, right? So then what happened was that I got to M3 in Sanma, right? And then I hit a horror streak there. And then I dropped to E3. So I was E3 in Sanma, I was E3 in Yong'er, which was kind of depressing considering that both ranks were like kind of M2, M3 kind of thing, right? Then I kind of worked So I decided, okay, fine. So I worked my Sanma first because I mean, like, I guess I was just tired of the slow pace that sometimes, you know, Yonma can kind of come, right? Can kind of give you. So I was playing Sanma for the last maybe like about 2 months or so, right? And then that kind of like nudged and I nudged that over back to M1, and then I figured, okay, you know what? So since that's M1, then we kind of work on this for a while. Yeah. How's it going, man? How's your day? How's your day been? Have you been playing today? Were you playing today? Ah, okay, okay, alright. Have you played a lot of Sama though, or not so many kind of thing? The thing with Sama is the variance can be really, really high, like really, really high. You know. But I kind of like what I kind of like about Sanma, which I feel sometimes people overlook. Like sometimes people just think that Sanma is just like, oh, you know, it's this luck fest kind of thing, right? You just go there and just like rip out big hands and things like that. But it's, I mean, there is some, I guess, like I would say tactical elements to the game, which I kind of find, you know, like it's really, really interesting for me in that sense. Like it's not always like about full throttle kind of thing. Like especially in the last couple of times that I played, you know, I was kind of observing how, you know, like two things kind of popped up to me, right? Like one is this whole like, you know, how the game tends, I feel that the game tend to converge, especially in some, I tend to converge to this point whereby like someone's got, two people are likely to be in tenpai, right? And one person is likely to end up in a situation where whatever card that he's gonna need to cut is gonna deal into the other person. So what I kind of feel is like with Sama is like, it's like, you know, it's also a little bit of a game of like figure out who the sucker is. Like if you're the sucker, then you really need to break your hand. You know, like no matter how, and this is the thing with Sama, right? Like everything looks damn good all the time. So it's like breaking your hand, like identifying when you need to break your hand and actually breaking your hand at that spot, you know, is absolutely crucial in Sama. So where I kind of feel like it kind of helped my Yonma game was like, you know, like it made me just a little bit more willing to break hands and switch to defense more in that sense. Oh no, yeah, for sure, right? For sure. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, like kind of like win is win kind of thing. But the thing is, like Sama does have that potential for build up all the time into like these like monster versus monster situations, right? You know. But what can be frustrating also with Sama is that like, well, if you know, is like how sometimes the Nukidora kind of plays out, you know, in a sense that like, oh man, like you really need hands or you really need help and you can't find any of those, right? And then or like, you know, you're in like maybe like second place kind of thing with a fairly comfortable lead over third, and then third kind of like just like next thing you know, like hits like 3 or 4 Nukidoras just like that, right? For that kind of like monster hands kind of thing. Oh, that's so painful when it happens. Have you been playing Richie long yourself? By the way, I'm gonna boot up Mortal while we're at this, while we're chatting. So this is what I'm kind of doing today. Like today, I mean, since I kind of got like the whole East game thing out of the way, right? I'm kind of at a point where I'm just so tired of not knowing whether or not I'm making right decisions. So the plan is to actually put some effort into. Oh man, I keep hitting the wrong button. The plan is to actually put some effort into figuring out like some of these decision points. I figure like maybe with some positive, like maybe if I experience and trust the AI and stuff like that with optimal decisions a little bit more and actually kind of work it into my game, maybe I'll be able to rewire that part of my brain through positive reinforcement. So it's a little bit of like, okay, you know what, let's just stop being lazy with this and actually put in the effort to try and improve. Alright, so it's auto show rating now. Okay. But in terms of time, like years, that sort of stuff, like how many years have you been playing? So what I've been doing is I figure, okay, you know what, it's not hard, just any trouble spots kind of thing, just chuck it in, and we see how it kind of runs. Alright, so turn 4. Okay, so yeah, toss this there. Alright, so he would have given up on this shape entirely and gone for so like what I'm starting to see here is a little bit of a pattern, in the sense that I guess all things being equal, you do not try and intentionally hunt for shapes too much, right? Hey Knob, how's it going? Yeah, I'm kind of at a point where I'm really tired of, like, I mean, you've been here for a couple of times, right? You know how I'm always like, oh god, I hate this spot, right? I hate donkeys, I hate, and I know that, like remember I keep saying that how I know that it's probably going to be the wrong decision, right? But I still keep doing it anyway. So I kind of figured I had enough, right? And I'm at this point where, okay, yeah, I'm kind of at this point where I feel like, okay, you know what, enough spamming of games, because every single time if I'm going to spam games and not like improve or something like that, then just playing more games just means like more of the same shit kind of thing. So I figured, you know what, okay, fine, I got the East game thing done, so I'm just gonna actually like sit and actually try and put that little bit more effort into trying to improve. So yeah, kind of at that point. Nakaburi? I have no idea what Nakaburi is. Let me see what it actually means. Donkey, basically. It means donkey, right? Yeah, I mean, I guess of course if it's like a more like central kind of run like that, then of course naturally you kind of have ramen and things like that and whatnot, right? So what I guess what I'm trying to interpret from here is sort of like, in this circumstance, then just ditch the 2 and try and work on the 4, I guess. Why I kind of like, I guess, kept the 2 at this point in time is again the same thing where, I've always said I struggle with donkey, right? Like I kind of struggle with donkey versus like better shapes, like not better shapes, like better potential cards like the 4 kind of thing, So in this case, I guess like what it's telling me is that, well, like, okay, so in the event where the shape's not good and it's kind of sitting a little bit to the left, then we kind of go for this, I suppose. And I know I could actually plug this into, like, I don't know, like one of those optimizers kind of, but my brain kind of can't process fast enough in that sense. Like I know for a fact that it's not going to be able to like process like, okay, tile acceptance of like this that kind of thing, and I'm gonna have one extra card. I know I don't have that kind of bandwidth, so I'm kind of like trying to at least like maybe like build a little bit more of an instinctive feel through positive reinforcement in that sense. So yeah, that's true. So this is the thing, right, with the whole it straight up needs a 3, is that I find myself in some spots where I guess, okay, maybe the easier way to kind of look at this whole entire situation is the fact that even that by losing the 2, right, I don't lose anything big in particular, right? It's a completed set. You kind of don't have to worry about it. Like even if you draw the 3, then you kind of still have to draw a 1 and 4 to kind of make it useful. So in this case, then we kind of just ditch it and hope that we kind of improve on the 4. Sounds about right. you know, more from I guess like easier kind of processing perspective in that sense. You know. Of course, like I mean, the thing also for me, I mean, is straight up, right? Like in the middle of the game, you kind of like gotta think faster. You don't have that kind of option to sit down here and like kind of digest and break it down. I mean, of course, if I had forever, you know, and then kind of looking at this thing, it's like I would probably eventually come to the conclusion that like yeah, we ditch the 2 for the, you know, we ditch the 2 and keep the 4 because it's better. You know, a lot of this is always gonna be this like, yeah. But I mean, I agree with you. You know. I guess what I'm trying to also do is like kind of work it in such a way where if anything at least it's kind of a little bit like I can make the fast decision when it kind of counts rather than, you know, like because we don't have the we don't have the luxury of sitting down and kind of like digesting it in that sense, you know. And also I figured since I'm doing this, I'm just gonna like any kind of spot. I mean, like by the time I'm noting and I'm kind of opening and running motor, you know, then it's kind of like just do it for everything that kind of feels a bit sketchy for you in that sense. So that's where I'm kind of at. So this was when you do it. 7M was kind of a bit. 7M gave me. Oh, okay, yeah. It was I know. It was probably this spot here when this happened. Right. So I kind of ditched the 2 and I kind of regretted it immediately. Yeah, 7M. Okay, good news is in this situation, in this spot, the good news is my brain kind of registered immediately after I ditched the 2 that no, I should ditch the 7M. You know. Yeah. I think that, you know, right, like this kind of shapes when you're kind of trying to close out with it, it's really, really good. But in this case, yeah, it's kind of redundant because, you know, yeah. So it was a case of like you know, I guess like pattern recognition in a different situation and applied in the wrong kind of sense, like kind of affecting. You know, so it was kind of like a reflex ditch for the 2 kind of, you know, again the same thing with time pressure and stuff like that. Then you just kind of do that. Yeah, I know. I mean, I agree. I definitely agree. It was just a brain fart moment with time pressure. But I just wanted to absolutely confirm it, kind of thing, you know, like it's kind of like, oh, I did that. I was just kind of like, the moment I tossed it, I was like, shit, okay, it's definitely a mistake. But since again the same thing, since I'm kind of going to do this, let's just make sure, you know, that it was definitely going to be a mistake, right? So what's interesting is that it you know, it's like it ultimately just prioritized like discarding 7M over a lot of stuff, you know. At this point, I think like even with the pay, I was just kind of just like, well, you know what, it's garbage, right? So it's like let's just kind of toss it first. But okay, all right. Maybe I was kind of looking at it from the point of where, I don't know, like how it really just absolutely does not help the hand, and even in this circumstance, it's probably better to keep the pay as a safe card or something like that, right? Does it pawn? It pawns, right? Yeah, it pawns. Alright. Okay, discard 7. Yeah, this part, right? This part was I discard. Yeah, okay. This one I kind of also realized the mistake after I tossed it, which was turn 7. Alright. I hate it when you like toss it and then kind of see what happens after it. Like after that, and immediately regret after, you know. But which was kind of this situation as well. I ended up not winning the hand because of this turn. This turn basically cost me the game. Okay. That's kind of Ishanten both ways, isn't it? I mean, like here you have 6-9. Although 9 was a little bit fried. 6 and 9 was a little bit fried at that point as well, you know. And of course, you know, like in a way, I guess in my mind was that this kind of had that potential to leading to Shampon, and I kind of, you know, and I generally not that big a fan of Shampons, I guess. So again, the same thing where it's like, here it wants me to discard 3. Really? So I drew 1. And it wants me to toss 3. Why? Really? Toss 3? Okay, here. Okay. Wants me to toss 3. Oh, cause of Richie. Okay, alright, yeah. Cause of Richie. Okay. What did I toss? I tossed 1. I took a bit of a chance here. I was pushing a little bit. Yeah. It was a little bit of an aggressive play. Little bit, like I just couldn't let go the I just couldn't let go the mangan here. But I didn't make it though. I think I ended up just bouncing around for a lot. But if I had tossed this up, I think we kind of probably would have got it. I think. There's a couple of sketchy decisions. Alright. This is E12. So wait, next one was E2. So E2 I know I had a lot of trouble. 6S, 4S, and the Ricci, right? So okay, so 6S was probably this one. I probably ditched 6S here. No, cannot be. 6S for okay, so it's here. It was here. Was what E2, right? Okay. I mean, I think stuff like that is kind of 50-50, I suppose. So it does prioritize, or rather we should prioritize, you know, basically discarding the win. So it kind of feels like you know, like seriously, like almost in most situations you never even want to consider the possibility of a one hand kind of thing, unless it is given to you along the way, or you know, by natural discard, or like it's given to you upfront kind of thing. Okay, alright. I understand. Thank you. Okay, that was kind of straightforward. Kind of got up to here. Here I tossed the 2. Moto wants me to toss the 1. So again, the same thing. It prioritizes like completed shapes, right? And so okay, so this is kind of interesting, right? What I'm seeing is that in general, even if you have no pair, like you shouldn't worry about not having a pair so much, right? Like in this case, okay, so why I tossed the 2 is that my general thought process, you know, kind of like my general thought process at this point, I mean like it's turn 4, right? So here, my general thought process is that I don't like to have to look for pairs. Right, I don't know. It just kind of annoys me to look for pairs when I do not have pairs. So of course, when you ask me, then it's like, okay, then why did I cut the 2 here, right? I cut the 2 here because it's like I figure, like, you know what, you draw 1-4, you're still gonna be stuffed, right? You draw 1-4 here, you're still gonna be stuffed, right? And the worst part is that if you draw 1-4 here, you know, you're kind of like, so I guess it's kind of like this weird preempting of like trying to keep 1-4 intact kind of thing, right? To kind of to kind of use it to look for the pair, right? And I kind of like figured like, okay, you know what? Then I just pick a side and just ditch one of this and kind of hope for the 6-9 kind of draw. But what I'm starting, like what the pattern that I'm starting to see, right, is that ultimately, you know, like in these kind of spots, you kind of still you can kind of still not care about the pair so much, right? So basically, like, you know, with the I'm for 6, but depending on this guy showing, maybe, but I don't know, the way I'm kind of interpreting this is that is kind of like, because generally what I'm seeing in terms of like my play versus what the AI is kind of saying is that like generally, like even in these kind of spots, right, we don't preempt, like we don't try to defend the looking for the pair part, right? Like you kind of like just like be prepared to just worst case, you know, you draw a 1 and then you're tanky for the pair kind of thing. Because if you ditch the 1 here, then you have 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9 kind of thing, right? Then you draw, you know, you draw the 1 and the 4 or like this. Or either that, or it's kind of saying that, well, basically in this case, then you kind of use this shape and if you kind of draw the remnants first, right, then you just kind of shit out loud, right? Like that's kind of better than, that's still going to be better than, like, you know, setting up for a situation where you can at the minimum at least, like, you know, at least like do a 1-4 Ricci or something like that. That I guess is kind of what I'm seeing, right? Because every time I end up in this kind of spot, it just says like, you know what, ditch the 1-4 and just keep your remnants kind of thing. You know, that's what I'm kind of starting to see. So again, the same thing, you know, it's kind of like, I guess like you know, reinforcing some of these things, and like eventually I guess what I really just hope to do is to really just drive in that rewiring in that sense, and just like, okay, you know what, then just stop, right? Just stop doing all these things, you know. So like I said, again, same thing. You've watched a couple of streams now, you know the spots which I really struggle in, and I bitch about it all the time, right? So yeah, this is just me trying to do something about it. But okay, so where were we? That was said was trouble was this spot here, right? So draw 6, discard 6. Mortal says throw 3. Okay. See, so this is where it gets interesting, right? In this case, I kind of did something that was a little bit similar to what he was asking me to do at that earlier spot with the 2, you know. But now he says to keep the that pair shape intact kind of thing. Guess maybe because you're so close to Tempai, I don't know. Sorry. Really? Okay. So in this case, it's telling me to, what was it? Here, it's telling me to keep 6S and then ditch the 3. Okay. Alright. I think what's kind of good is that I am recognizing like spots where like at least I know that, okay, you know, this like at this point when I ditched this, right, at least I recognize that, okay, you know, maybe a bit of a sus point, and I kind of need to look at it, you know. I mean, as compared to like cause I've been kind of like just helping some newbies out kind of thing, right? And I mean, not that I'm that fantastic a player, but I think like you know, with someone who doesn't even know how to how they really play. We're talking about like bronze and silver kind of thing. I could kind of help them a little bit as far as their game is concerned, you know. And I find like some of these spots, like they can't even identify that, okay, you know, like this was kind of like a problem spot and I'm kind of making bad decisions here. Like for them, a lot of the time they just like, I don't know, and then they go and then they think that it's good or something like that. So honestly, from Kami. Okay, so this is the thing, right? Like I cannot like at this point in time, I would where my mentality kind of sits is that yeah, Honitsu is kind of obvious, right? But at this point, I'm kind of not worried about defending against it yet, you know, because I guess like the number of exposed cards and kind of thing. Then I just kind of roll the assumption that he's probably not that close, which I don't know. Do you think that is kind of like maybe a little bit of too risky an attitude to kind of adopt? You know. Right. So you think 6S was okay? So it's probably like a case of actually we can kind of pull this out as well, right? Like no, but it's like if you look at it, right, 6S kind of still sits way behind like all the M's here. You know, like it's like saying like that like so many M options to ditch, and it kind of like Mortal's kind of saying that like, you know, like we ditch all this over 6, so it really loves the 6 in that sense, right? But yeah, so not back to my question earlier, right, which is this whole thing about like at this point in time, I'm kind of just not like I'm kind of just not you know, in my mind it's kind of like, okay, you know what, like what's he's not likely to be in Tenpai, or at least like I can still get away with a couple of sketchy soul cuts here kind of thing, you know. And I'm not sure if having that kind of mindset, right, is probably like maybe not so good, I guess, you know what I mean. Like in that sense, I'm a little bit loose. Like my play is a little bit loose, you know. It's like maybe making too many sketchy calls with like suited connectors kind of thing. Like, you know, calling too many 3-bets with suited connectors, that sort of stuff, right? So that is kind of like my, I guess, my question also with regards to your you know, your point whereby like yeah, exactly. So, you know, because at this point in time, I kind of feel like, okay, worst case they're probably like maybe still 1-10 kind of thing. I could still get away with like a couple of dodgy soul cuts, right? And like if you're gonna cut a soul, you know, like let's say in this kind of circumstance, if you're gonna cut a soul, then you're kind of better off cutting this now, right? Because then you know, hoping to close out with like a 3-6 here is kind of like, let's just say, okay, like, you know, like over here you keep this, right, and then you ditch, I don't know, you ditch this, and then you draw this. Then now you're kind of like Richie Tenpai on, not Richie Tenpai, but your Pinful Tenpai on 3-6. You're not gonna get the 3-6 because of his Honitsu, right? And the fact that souls are very expensive. Yeah, I think also at the back of my mind that was kind of running through my head, right? That souls are very expensive here, so I ditched this and I kind of hope to kind of work on the other shape instead and kind of achieve Tenpai there, rather than achieve Tenpai and the final state be like, you know, being reliant on a 3-6 soul Tenpai for Pinful, you know. I think that was kind of what's running through my mind at that point in time as well. Right. Like it's so weird. Like even at this point, where Shantan, turn 7. So here, right? Yeah. Yeah, I remember this whole entire hand. I was kind of just like, wow, okay, like these soul cuts are so tricky, you know. Like, really, am I making the right choice or the right calls in this whole like soul versus man debate kind of, you know. But I think it's at least kind of good that I recognize that you know, like I said again, that I recognize that these are spots which I kind of need to have a relook at in that sense, right? As compared to like confidently tossing the 4 soul here and like, yeah, now I'm good here. I'm making the right call. What was my Itsu thoughts at this point? I think I wasn't thinking. Oh, okay, yeah, with Itsu. So with Itsu, I was kind of writing Itsu off here, to be honest, because I kind of you know, this one I kind of remember. I kind of felt that like the problem with building Itsu here is that because you already have the 3, it's going to be a little bit difficult because you're going to have to draw the 6 yourself, right? Because if not, you're going to end up in a state of Fury 10 anyway. So I was kind of at this point, I figured like the path to least resistance is likely going to just be painful in that sense, and like Itsu is one of those things where it's gonna be really, really tough to achieve, because like, okay, in you know, how do you achieve Itsu here in a way that's not Fury 10, right? Is that you're gonna need to draw the 6, right, and then ditch the 3, you know, and then you're gonna be tanky on the 5. That's, you know, while trying to sort this out in that sense. So I guess that was why I kind of felt like I wasn't really even trying to work Itsu there in mind, kind of thing, you know. Like I think, quite frankly, if I had drawn the 6 here, right, I'm not even sure if I would have, I guess like kept it for Itsu, right? Like if I had drawn the 6 here, would I have ditched the 3 and then kind of like, okay, you know what, we tanky the 5 for Itsu kind of thing, or would I, assuming a situation where that call had to be made, right? I think I might even have still maybe ditched the 6 or the 9, right, and kept Pinful over Itsu. That's I guess what I'm thinking, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's the right decision also, you know. But yeah, I mean, even at this spot, right, it's still saying like it's still prioritizing Soul over Man. I mean, eventually I did hit a state of Tempai though, which was where, how did I get it? I got it through here by drawing the 1 and then going into Ricci. And of course, hey Aurora, nice to meet you. Thanks for dropping in. Sorry, not so much play at the moment, you know, kind of doing a little bit of, I guess, homework, you know, trying to figure out some of my trouble spots, because like you know, over the last couple of days, like, you know, and I think like people who watched the last couple of days could ascertain and confirm, you know, that I keep finding myself in the same spots where I don't really know whether I'm making the right decision or the wrong decision, right? And to be frank, I've been doing that for a really long time. Like we're talking about like maybe like months, you know, probably even to the extent of like 6 months plus to a year kind of thing. So I'm just like, I really just got to that point where I said, okay, you know what, enough is enough. Like if I'm going to keep spamming games and stuff like that, I'm just going to keep making the same mistakes. So I figured, you know what, let's just try and get some of these spots at least ironed out a little bit before I start like rampaging on games again. Oh, okay. Oh, Reddit post. Yeah. Alright. Well, nice of you to drop by, you know. Like it's a little bit more quiet today, but sometimes, you know, like yesterday, towards the end of the stream, you know, we kind of had like a couple of more interesting discussions going on, you know, with some of the other guys here, right? So sometimes, you know, sometimes like what I say, right? You know, like when I run the stream, it's not really so much from an angle of like, hey, look at me, right? I'm so good kind of thing. No, it's more like a case of like, well, you know, same thing, right? You know, feel the pain, feel the anguish, like, you know, like sometimes you see like spots where really, really funny, things like that, right? You know, it's more like just to have fun and like kind of keep open, you know, like an open discussion between like, you know, like players. Like I guess maybe like I think, you know, what might actually benefit some people is like if you're like me, you know, kind of like struggling, kind of hit that point struggling, you know, where it feels like improvement is such a struggle kind of thing. Like maybe, you know, I mean, we do get players who are fairly good popping in as well, you know. So we have a lot of very, yeah, we do kind of have a lot of very interesting like point of views and stuff like that, right? You know, and it's kind of like where the angle that I'm kind of coming from, you know. Right. I mean, of course, then sometimes, you know, we do get like action. We do like get like action. Not so much today because yeah, I just and not so much primarily from this session, because in this session I kind of just figured enough is enough. I'm just gonna like try like really try, right, and at least put some effort into this. So yeah, a lot more digging in, you know. So like yeah, we're just, I mean, and also plus I guess because like not so many viewers at this point in time, so I figured, okay, you know what, we can kind of get away with a little bit less games and a little bit more analysis and review, you know. And I guess like I said again, for me, I don't run this to kind of showcase like, hey, you know, like play in that sense. It was more like also like, well, I'm doing this, you know, kind of might as well stream at the same time, and like if it's playing, it's playing. If it's not, you know, then like people pop in and we kind of chat and discuss about stuff like that, right? You know, and then I can kind of toss things out into the open, and it's kind of interesting because we do see a lot of different viewpoints. Like yesterday, because I was playing East, right, then we had another East player in, you know, and we are just like bouncing like the differences between East and South, like in terms of how you kind of need to have a certain level of aggression in East, but like bringing that level of aggression in East to South kind of like might end up hurting your South game, right? And how some South players, if you take the very overly defensive mentality of South into East games, you're gonna struggle as well, right? Because East games, you know, can be fairly aggressive in that sense. And I kind of play both like interchangeably, so I can kind of appreciate like the nuances of both, you know. Like I do appreciate some of these small nuances, you know, and difference in styles of play, which is why I also play Sanma as well, you know, things like that and whatnot. Like I do appreciate the subtle differences in a way, as compared to just like, oh, you know, like, yeah, South is king and we should always play South, or like, you know, Yeonma is king, we should always play Yeonma. So like Yeonma South is like the game, we don't touch anything else kind of thing. Nah, you know, I play Sanma as well, you know. The thing with Sanma East, yeah, Sanma East is a little bit too much of a coin flip, just that little bit too much of a coin flip. But Sanma South does have some very interesting like you know, nuances to it, you know. And I mean, I would say like Sanma like also has the potential to kind of improve your Yeonma a little bit, you know, because Sanma in Sanma, what I learned from it was, or what kind of improved, you know, as far as my game was concerned, is that Sanma you kind of can't always sit tight, right? So you need to really be able to ascertain, like in terms of strength of your hand, how hard can you push, you know, how fast can you, whether you're fast enough to push, like either push to break, right, the break versus like a stronger hand or something like that. And then Sanma also, you know, Sanma is like pretty much like just driving a race car kind of thing, right? Like you really need to be able to identify that spot where you say, okay, I really cannot like be stomping on the accelerator anymore, I need to slow down here, you know, because if not, you're just gonna get into trouble kind of thing. So in a way, that's where Sanma, I feel, you know, kind like what you can learn from Sanma is basically that kind of perspectives where like when to push, when to stop kind of thing. Because in Sanma, it's going to be very, very clear, like you know, you do it often enough, you would definitely feel the pain kind of thing, you know. Like you make the mistake of not slowing down at the wrong spots kind of thing, you know, or pushing at the wrong spots, you will get severely punished, more so in Sanma. Like here in Yeonma, sometimes, you know, you make unnecessary pushes and things like that, you just deal into like a 1-2 hand kind of thing, it's not so bad. But in Sanma, like that's not gonna happen more often than not, you know. So yeah. So, but nice of you to drop by. Unfortunately, it's a little bit more quiet. It seems like Brea and Knob might have left, you know. But we were talking, like we were just running through some of the games, you know, and some of like I guess like the dicey spots and things like that. Or at least, like, you know, I was running through the game and the dicey spots kind of thing, and they just came in and offered their 2 cents kind of, you know, with regards to some of these things. So a little bit more homework here at this point in time, right? So here, I was kind of wondering whether Richie was kind of like the right decision, or should I have like kind of done this? I'm quite sure I reached this. Yeah, I reached this. I reached this in turn 9. Turn 8. Okay, Richie. Yeah, Richie turn by turn. Okay, that's fine. Oh, Dama Pinfu. Yeah, so that's the thing with Sanma as well, right? Like once you start playing in like gold, actually no, once you start playing in Jade Sanma, actually Jade Sanma, you know, being able to identify when you Richi and when you Dama is actually very important, I feel. Right now I'm master both in Sanma and Yoma, yeah. I mean, and best ranks, you know, best ranks hit on both was M3. Then I kind of hit this really rough spot where I was just like running really, really badly. And the thing is, I tilt easily. Like I was just talking in the earlier stream that I did today, you know, and I guess a lot of it yesterday as well, is that my downside tolerance is very poor. Like I can probably like survive like maybe one day of bad hands, bad runs kind of thing, like one day. But the moment it starts going into day 2, right? Like let's say okay, I had a bad day, and day 2 kind of starts off bad, right? The second day, the following day kind of starts off bad. I just lose it, you know, and then my play suffers greatly, kind of thing, you know. So I kind of, most of the time my slides always happen because like that happens, and then I kind of like end up with like I don't know, like 3 days to a week of like just absolute pain kind of thing, and then like next thing you know, I'm down like three ranks, and then like back expert trying to score my way up. But yeah, my current rank is like M in both, you know, and it's kind of like highest was like kind of M3 in both kind of thing. Correct, bro. But the thing is also, you have to agree with me, right? In Sanma, right? Sometimes the reaching at the right moment in Sanma would pretty much end the game at that point, even though it's even though it's a Zimo, you know. So like even something simple as like you know, Richie Pinfu, you know, Richie Pinfu kind of thing, right? For Sanma, like Richie Pinfu Zimo, you know, and then like I don't know, Tan Yao, Dora kind of BS, because like along the way, you know, plus the Richie, you kind of like draw Nuki Dora, stuff like that kind of thing, you know. So it's one of those where like I feel like it does kind of matter to a certain extent, whereby like because you do get a little bit of an obscene advantage if you kind of pick the right spots to Richie in that sense, even though people kind of shut down, you know. And don't forget, like Zimo, you know, is also +1 kind of thing, so it kind of makes up. So the Richie and the Zimo, from them shutting down and giving up their games, right, does kind of make up for the loss in points for the fact that it's not a direct hit, you know. That is sometimes something that kind of goes through my mind. But yeah, in Sanma you do have to, you know, you really do have to. So it's a little bit interesting in the sense that you kind of need to, you get that spot where you do have to consider, do I Richie here or do I Dama here, right? Like, and I think you find that spot more often than, I guess, like, you know, like in Yonma, I guess, in that sense. Where is this? Crap. Which one was this? Where am I now? I got lost. This is East 2. This was, yeah, here, and then the Richie kind of thing. So I was at East 3 here. And I was kind of worried about the 1M cut. Right, which would have been this spot, 1M. East 3, right? Yeah, East 3. East 3. Yeah, I was kind of curious about this. So here it wants me to keep the wins and toss 1. So it prioritizes wins over the 1 in this case. Interesting. Wow. Okay. Right. So this is where it's so flippy, right? Like in my mind, it's kind of like, okay, usually you want me to toss wins, you know, toss the wins out and things like that, and kind of keep the 1, right? And not keep the 1, but kind of give the 1 the opportunity to at least kind of work, right? Okay. 1 from 1-4 is very weak. Okay. So I guess in this case, it's kind of like even though it's kind of there, it's kind of like a little bit like like an excess tile that kind of is a little bit redundant. Okay, I can see that logic there, right? So like in a situation where you kind of have one and 4 kind of thing, then that would kind of come into the picture. Because like for me at this point in time, like it's interesting that you look at it as 1-4, like, or at least you see that how 1 and 4 kind of has some impact towards I kind of see that, right? Where you see like 1 and 4 kind of has a little bit of an impact towards each other kind of thing. Whereas like, to be honest, right before we even had this discussion, right before we even look at it, I know straight up what my mind was thinking at the point in time, which is kind of like well, you know, like 4 kind of has more optionality kind of thing, right? And like in a way, like I guess, like, you know, I was kind of looking at the 1 separate from the 4 at this point in time, so you can kind of see how, like, because I don't realize the impact of 1-4, you know, being tied in that manner kind of thing, which is why I don't see its redundancy, you know, right? But this is what I mean, right? Like for myself, it's kind of like, you see, like at least like in this case, the moment you highlight it to me, right, I immediately see it kind of thing, you know. But like as I was talking to some of these like bronze level players and things like that, whatnot, wow, that like they cannot even process this, right? And like you can even explain it to them as simply as you can kind of thing, and they just cannot process it. So I guess this is where I feel like at least kind of hopeful, like there is some hope to get better, you know. I just need more positive reinforcement, you know, with regards to some of these decision making processes, and also like just kind of learn to be that little bit more aware, you know, when it kind of comes to these situations in that sense. But yeah, okay, all right. I totally get why 1 is kind of the cut here in that sense. Alright, so it's this whole situation with 1-4. Okay, alright. Well, we got to here with the 6, right? Okay. I'm guessing this point when it comes to why it wants me to discard 2 is the whole outside in thing. And after tossing the 1, I kinda regretted. Right, I kind of regret it because outside in, inside out. Sorry, I always get, I know I get those mixed up, but I know, yeah, you kind of toss the 2 first, then the 1 in this case, because I kind of intended to lose both. So the good news is, well, I kind of made the right decision here. The bad news, the minor error is just the order of this card, right? I mean, the long and the short of it, I think Mortal just wants you to lose the it just wants you to lose the 1-2 here kind of thing. Yeah, no. So yesterday I had a game, right, that was Chinitsu, right? It was Chinitsu, and I actually dealt in like so. I mean, imagine this was Chinitsu, right? You know, and I actually dealt in the guy hit Tenpai just before I would have discarded the 2 in that sense. So in that case, right, if I had done the right discard, which was like the 2 then the 1, I would not only have avoided dealing in, I would have actually been able to get the Chinitsu Tenpai. And there was even an arguable case that I would have actually won that hand with an absolute beast, right? We're talking about like Chinitsu, Ipeko, Itsu, like pinful, no pinful, but Chinitsu, Ipeko, Itsu, the whole works, like Dora kind of thing. And there was a dealer hand as well, so it would be an absolute monster of a hand. But it's just that it was just the order of these cards here. So I do appreciate, like really that more often than not it's not gonna matter. Like in this case it didn't matter, but yesterday was kind of like, okay, like really I need to kind of at least work that habit in a little bit. One of the reasons why I guess I have this very bad habit of doing it the other way around, right, is that even though which is kind of bad, right, is that you kind of like, why I have this habit of going from I always get outside in and inside out mixed up. But why I would toss the 1 then the 2 is because at the back of my mind I'm always like thinking like, oh, but there are tiles here that can be worked in, you know. But I realized that at the end of the day it's not so much like what tiles can be worked in, but rather that the kind of right mindset you should adopt in these kind of situations is that you're gonna lose the block anyway. Like your whole intention is to lose the block, and if your whole intention is to lose the block, then you should always go 2-1, you know, Because yeah, I mean, if you're going to lose the block, then it kind of doesn't matter if you draw 3 here at this point in time, right? Because that's completely written off at this point in time, you know, like, so that is like kind of like, I guess like what I need to kind of rewire in that sense. Okay, here was interesting. Right, so 4 at the point where I lost the 4. Yeah. So yeah, Aurora. I guess I mean, I don't know. Is your thought process kind of the same as me in that sense, where like, you know, like you just automatically, because you keep thinking that, like subconsciously, you know, you keep thinking of like this whole like, oh, but I could kind of draw the 3 and then it becomes a 1-2 wait kind of thing, you know. I don't know. I know that that is the case for me in that sense, where I realize that at this point in time, you know, what I find that might help is just adopting the mindset that you intend to lose the block anyway, you know. Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying, Barrett. So it's kind of like just, it's situational, right? But in the above case, you can kind of see that the whole entire 1-2 block is kind of written off already. You know, like drawing 4 kind of changes the structure of drawing 4 kind of changes the structure of the hand, but the drawing of the 4 is not impacted by the 1-2 cut in that sense, if that makes any sense, I suppose. That's how I'm kind of viewing it. Okay, I lost my spot. Oops. Where were we? We were on the 4, which was here. Okay, we're here. Okay, so back there, right? It was the 1-2 thing, yeah, right. Like drawing 4 kind of then impacts. Was it here? No, I'm lost. We had East 3. Oops, we're now back to East 2. East 3. 1-2. Was it here? Yeah, here, right. Like drawing 4 here kind of ties into the 6-8 rather than the 1-2. I guess that's kind of what I'm seeing or interpreting from this. So yeah, of course, like, you know, depending on circumstance, but I think the easiest way to kind of like you know, and I think Aurora, you will appreciate this as well, right? Which is kind of like the easiest way to kind of get your mind around this problem, right? Is that we don't look at it as like oh, what could happen after, but we look at it from the perspective or the angle whereby, like, you know, like we intend to cut the block anyway. Right, and if you draw a 4, then the 4 kind of ties into the 6 rather than the 1-2. So you just lose the whole entire block, and then you just kind of here, Simocha. Oh, you mean me? You're talking about me or this guy? Can't be this guy. This guy is like, sorry, because when you say Simo-chan, I always process it from my point of view in that sense. Also, not to mention, actually, this guy is Richie as well, right? So okay, so this guy is Richie, and it was here, right? Wait, let's draw 4. Discard 4. He discards 3. Okay, no, this one I know. Yeah, it was kind of a brain fart mistake kind of thing, where I kind of just saw 4 and I went with 4 for defense. Cause, you know, I think it's a kind of a marginal difference, right? Because if you bring this out, he'll probably say 3 next. Yeah, 4 next. I guess a bit of an optimization thing in that sense, right? Strange. But I think this kind of spots as well marginal, because you kind of go to fold anyway, so it kind of just hits that spot where you kind of toss both. Here was just defense. Right? Yeah, which is why, like, you know, you end up going from 2 to 3 shutter. Okay, I'm not gonna stress so much about the defense part in a Ricci context. Not in this situation anyway. Yeah, at e3. So e3. So e4. E4 had a bit of a. E4 had a bit of a. That's also look very scary versus Simultrans. This card. Okay. So I kind of remember. I kind of remember what was going on through my head at this point in time, right? What was kind of going on through my head at this point in time was he was Richie, right? But I kind of felt that he was close, but not. I mean, I guess again the same thing is a little bit of a gamble as well, right? Whereby like, I kind of felt that he was not Tenpai, okay? So I kind of let loose some souls here, right? Because I was kind of hoping to get him into Tenpai, and I figured like then the both of them can kind of fight it out. Because these two were S ranked, yeah. These two were S ranked players. So I figured like, you know, like maybe we can kind of stir some shit between the both of them, because if he deals in, then like okay, maybe he comes a little bit closer kind of thing, you know. Because I still have dealer turn to go. So I was kind of like I guess like messing around, you know, with that spot. So I was aware that he was Honitsu, right? I was just trying to see if I could get him into Tenpai and maybe deal in, or get him and more ideally actually get Toimian into Tenpai and dealing into Simotran. That was kind of a little bit of a plan running at the back of my mind. I guess maybe a bit risky or dangerous in that sense. But I guess I was kind of last, so I was kind of happy. Not last, but I was kind of happy to stir a little bit of shit between the both of them, you know. Which was why the moment, which was like after he Tenpai, right? Then I kind of like started really backing off. And the reason why there was soul cuts here was only because Toimian kind of ditched it and it wasn't dealing cuts. So that was when I was cutting it, you know. Although after that, what happened with this game was it just kind of hit to no 10, and then the both of them you know, like if you actually watch the live like the replay or the VOD back at that point kind of thing, right? So I did say like that was kind of like a bit of the half plan, but the funny thing was then it got to the draw state, right? And these two were Tenpai, and me and Kami-chan were no 10, right? And then I was kind of like, okay, was that kind of maybe the wrong thing to do, because I then gave you know, Simo-chan the opportunity to be in Tenpai, right? And also after that it kind of just yielded no results kind of thing. So but yeah, that was my rationale for the soul cut. You know, might be a bit too fancy play, I guess, in that sense. Might be a bit too fancy play, might be a little bit too risky. E4 2M. I had a 2M problem. Oh, okay, I know what happened here. I had 2M and I cheated. And what I was kind of wondering was whether Chi was kind of like I think it should be the right decision, but I just wanted to make sure that it's Chi and not Skip. Right, East 4. Okay. Whoa, it pawns it here. This is interesting. Where was it? Here. Turn 2. Oh, okay. Where is this pawn it here? I kind of didn't pawn it because I kind of prioritized close, and I don't know, maybe I just wasn't comfortable like pawning this and breaking this part. Yeah, that was the part that I was kind of like, oh, you know, I just wanted to confirm. But in the process of doing that, I kind of find this spot where it says, where it's actually saying to pawn this here. I opted to skip. AI says pawn. I guess it's kind of thinking commit to Honitsu straight out the gate, right? I guess I didn't pawn because I was just that tad uncomfortable with the early like such an early reveal that I was on Honitsu. That was probably going to be I think that was probably my rationale at that point in time. Like whereby like the moment you pawn this, everybody's gonna know that it's likely to be Honitsu, or you know, and then next thing you know, you're gonna struggle to be getting like your your dragons or your or even like maybe cheating another 9 here. But I guess maybe what it's kind of saying is that, well, in this case you kind of shouldn't worry about it so much and just go for it, right? Correct. But by pawning this, then I'm kind of reliant on a draw for a 6 or a 9, I guess. You know what I mean? By pawning this, I feel that I'm relying on a 6 or a 9, right? And I guess maybe there was just that little bit of fear as to whether or not I would even be granted that option in that sense, So I guess like it was just that concern of being like completely blocked out of the hand right out the gates, you know what I mean? But I guess also maybe there is that argument whereby like if they want to block the hand, then they are going to have to work around it. Like, so then you kind of throw the ball in their court, right? Like you say, so this is kind of situation where you say, hey, you know what? Yeah, okay, whatever, right? So I'm Honetsu, right? I'm Honetsu or possible Chinitsu. Then you kind of figure your way around it. But I'm just gonna go about doing my thing, But I didn't expect. Okay. So I kind of like rewound and paused here, but because I didn't expect that pawn was supposed to be a thing here. But okay, I mean, like, good to know, right? So it was the chi here that I was kind of a bit like, just wanted to at least reconfirm that it was not the most horrific decision. Yeah, okay. See, like even here it's saying pawn 8. Wow, okay, so there are 2 spots, right? It says the pawn 8, pawn 8, pawn 8. Where was pawn 8? Pawn 8 was here, right? So like what is, I mean, okay, so at this point in time, this is where I'm maybe marginally confused. What is it saying? It's saying that really like we just advanced the Honetsu at all costs, right? I mean, I guess why I didn't pawn here also is that there was this really outside chance of Chitui Honetsu, right? Yeah. Okay, when Brain, when you say pass on you're referring to the 9 or the 8? Because I've just moved on from the 9 and then like for most part, what Chitui? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? We got 5, right? So basically we are our current state is Ishan 10 to Chitui as well. Surprisingly enough, right? We get Chitui Tenpai on the 5 and 7 and the Haku. Yeah, exactly right. So I guess that was also one of the reasons why I kept the hand like really closed in that sense, because it was just like so in my mind the only card that I was willing to accept, the only card that I was willing to accept into my hand was actually the 2M. Like to me, like it was kind of like straight out the, like a very firm thing. Like in my mind, it was just like, no, I will not. But why pawn the 8M here though? That's the question. And if you pawn the 8M, here, then what would your discard be? The Haku? The white? Right, you pawn 8M and toss white. And then when you pawn 8M, what is kind of running through your head, I guess? Like then you hope to pawn 9 because 9 is now 1 down kind of thing, right? Okay, so we pawn 8, toss Haku, right? Alright. And then we leave optionality to chi 8 into 9 or pawn these then. Okay, I see that. So I guess basically it's kind of like one of those things where we just like just again the same thing, right? So the kind of like the right mindset to adopt in this situation is kind of like just like, you know what, I'm going Honetsu, screw it. Then we kind of just take whatever help that we can kind of get to move the hand forward, right? Okay. But if you cheese 6 here, right, don't we end up in a fairly sticky spot? Let's say, okay, we pawn this, we toss our Haku, right? Then we cheese 6, right? If we cheese 6, then we end up, we're gonna be left with like 3, 3, 4, 4, you know, so we're gonna end up with 5 pairs, right? 3 pair, 4 pair, 9 pair, and the Chun pair. Do you really think that then cheating 6, if it comes, you know, would be like kind of like the right thing, right? Because if you cheese 6 and you're left with these 3 pairs, then the only option would be to hope to what, chi 5 again, and or chi 5, chi 2 again, right? Or pawn. Then if you pawn, then what do you cut? Do you cut the 9s? But if you cut the 9s, right? If let's say you pawn and you cut the 9s, then I think pawning like Chun 3 and 4 would really be very difficult at that point. That's probably what goes on through my head. Or what like I did like I mean, like, these were some of the things that run into my head at that point in time as well, you know, which was why, like, for me it was an absolute like in fact, actually, honestly, if I got 6 here, I might not have even cheated as well, right? I might not have, because like if I cheese 6, then I toss this, I end up with like some kind, you know, I end up like having a 9 and a Chun weight here kind of thing, you know. Yeah. Okay. But I mean, I guess it didn't object to the chi there. So what happened eventually was kind of like I ended up chiing there, tossing this, and then being tempa on the 7. Didn't get the 7 though, which is kind of disappointing because like there were no 7s out. I was kind of sitting right at the back. But I guess okay, not too catastrophic. So okay, so S1 H versus 1-9. Oh, okay. This one I know what was my problem. I was kind of like just curious, like, do you keep the honors or do you ditch the, like, right out the gate? Do you ditch the do you keep the honors in this case, or do you ditch the 1-9? I guess, and this one because there's no 4, right? So it's like kind of soft 1, draw 5. Okay, so ditch honors is correct. Ditch honors, ditch, like, yeah. Okay, that was okay. Right. But I mean, I guess since we're on here, right? Here it says ditch 1. Something about here that says ditch 1. I think it was like kind of like ditch 1 versus ditch 9. It's kind of subjective on, I mean, like kind of basically equal on both, I guess. Yeah. Like fairly close decision here, so not so big a deal. I think I'm not gonna stress about that part. Rest was fairly straightforward. Okay, so that's fine. That's fine. So kind of right play there, right? Like ditch the honors there in that situation. So yeah, okay. So back to the earlier spot with the whole like ditch the honor, ditch the win versus keeping the 1, right? That was the factor, I guess, that kind of played the part, which was the whole 4 kind of. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I mean, I when you mentioned this now, it did briefly run through my mind that maybe 1/9, you know. But I think okay, marginal difference. Like if you slip up here, although if you slip up here, it's not like some horrendous error kind of thing. But of course, the same thing, you know. Sometimes you don't want to have these kind of bad habits of just being sloppy in that sense, which I do have. You know, but yeah, so this is the same spot, right? So again, like, you know, situational and interpretation of the situation, or understanding of the situation in that sense, whereby like we did say, you know, like I did say, like, why I cut the win in that previous instance was because of this, right? Whereas, so in this case, it's like, yeah, it was kind of right. In that case, it was wrong, and I kind of understand, you know, like what you were saying with regards to like, well, the 4 is there, so it kind of the 4 is going to be a factor, you know, in these kind of decisions in that sense. So I guess like, okay, it's kind of straightforward, right? The 4 is going to be a factor in this case. Then if I had 6 as well, right, like 6 and the 9 in a way, then of course then the 9 goes, you know. So I mean, yeah, good to know that part, right? So you can see, like, you know, in a way, just by doing this and talking to you, you know, today kind of thing, like, you know, I do learn quite a little bit, you know. At least like some basic rationale and some basic thoughts have kind of been adjusted. I feel it's just a question of whether or not I can burn it into memory and actually start applying it on the fly with the timer. But I mean, at least I'm aware rather than just like, you know, sitting down here bouncing around, right? Oh, I think I can't win here, you know, which was kind of what I've been doing for like a really long time. Actually, no. What I kind of have been doing is that I've been really lazy, which is like how I process it is that in my mind, right? Ones, nines, and dragons in this circumstance are all gonna go, so I didn't care about the order of this card. I just slowly like kind of tossed them out, which, you know, is kind of sloppy. S1 2 I had problem, which was here, which was 2p versus south. There was some 2p versus south thing. S1 2 here, 2p versus south. Okay, what's this? Right, 2p versus south here. Why would I ever question 2p versus south? That was weird. No, something is... I think I must have drawn a pair of souths, is it? No? Oh, question 2p versus south. 2p versus south. Yeah, why would I ever question... Why would I ever question 2p versus south here? I might have meant something else and I noted it down incorrectly. But this was a fairly interesting spot as well. So this was south 2. I mean, I won this one. This one was a fairly big. But let's see. Alright. It's okay, marginal difference, right? Either the dragon or that, right? You kind of got here. I kind of hung on to these a little bit more. Okay, I mean, feels marginal, right? Like at the end of the day, both of them are gonna go, except up to this point. I have no idea why I was still keeping the Haku at this point. Sorry, why I was keeping the Hatsu at this point. The pair of West. I think it came one at a time, was it? It was one at a time. It wasn't that I started out with a pair. Did I start out with a pair? Let me see. Okay. I this one I know why. I know exactly why. And I'm not sure if you were around when I mentioned it, right? But I do talk about it quite a lot on stream. So I have this really bad habit, and this habit occurs on mobile. It occurs on mobile and it occurs on sometimes on PC as well, right? Which is kind of embarrassing. So again, like I said, right, my problem is occasional sloppiness and things like that and whatnot. So what are the bad habits that I kind of have, right? Is that you can kind of see at this point in time how, something like that, right? So at this point in time, my mind is just like, you know, like, and I pre-selected and I'm just like, yeah, okay, I'm probably gonna toss this, right? You know, and then what's gonna happen is that this comes in and then immediately, you know, I kind of just click without thinking, and then after that I'm like, oh wait a minute, I drew the second one, and yeah, so so that was what happened. Unfortunately. Yeah, that is a bad habit that I'm really trying to work out. But you know, it's so entrenched, right? Like I've been suffering from this for almost like maybe like I can say easily over 2 years. It wasn't, you know, over 2 years, 2 years of play. It's like it's a really bad habit that I still try and I really need to kind of work out. So it's that, yeah, it's this click early, assume, kind of like just assume that like, yeah, I'm just gonna ditch this, right? You know, especially at this point where, because one is already out, so in your mind you're just kind of like, yeah, whatever, I'm gonna toss it, one is out, kind of thing, right? You completely discount the fact that you immediately draw the second one on your first turn. So that I'm embarrassed to admit it, but yeah, that was the exact reason. Okay, so here was interesting, right? Where I cheat. I cheat. Alright. And I tossed. Right? Was it here? It said toss 5 and I tossed. No, it's turn 10. So turn 10. Turn 10. Let's lose the 5. Okay. This one I know why I tossed a 6. Because I wanted to just get this shape out and kind of... so this one was my rationale was the whole I know Toyman was working pins, so I didn't wanna be reliant on pin to run, and I was kind of trying to get it out early and hope that it doesn't become a drag to my hand later on. You know, which was why I ditched the 4 here. So that was kind of working on through my head, right? I kind of figured like, okay, I'm gonna struggle with this a little bit, right? Like especially the 2p cut, you know, like even if I do make it, then 2p cut here would be very hairy. Yeah. So that was why I kind of ditched the 4, which in a weird sort of a way, I guess it kind of worked out because I ended up drawing the 6, right? And then here was kind of a bit hairy because in my mind I was just like, okay, well, so what do I do here? Do I go for Ramen? And I opted not to and kind of like ditch the 6 and sumo the 7 instead. So it's a bit of a lucky run out, I guess, to a certain extent, right? You know, but that was, I mean, I guess in a certain way, you know, this run out was kind of what I had in mind also to some degree, right? Whereby like I just hope to draw into like one of these and then like just kind of maybe like tanky the pair or something like that, because you know, but the main thing was kind of at least get this shape sorted out and not be reliant on a pin run out, you know. Yeah, what else the bot know, man? But where was the sketchy spot? I forgot where was the sketchy spot that I kind of had here. 2p versus 6s. Oh yeah, okay, so it was here. Yeah, 2p versus 6s. So what does? You see, so here it says discard 2p, right? Okay, so it says it does say go for the ramen rather than kind of like go for the tanki. Okay, all right, I guess I listen. So you can kind of lose Dora, but if I lose Dora here, then it's what's the value of the hand? 3. Wow. Okay, I don't know, man. This to me, this would be a little bit hard to apply, to be honest. Correct. Why do wait for but you kind of, okay, so you kind of, I mean, you kind of sacrifice. I guess for me, I was kind of more concerned with the 2p actually being useful to Ian. That's one. You know. And I guess like also I guess roughly kind of at the back of my mind, I figured at this spot here, right, I could still kind of draw 4 and 8 and kind of make something work there. Still kind of draw 4 and 8 and make something work there. Or like if I draw 3 or you know, no, I draw 3 it'll be shit there. If I draw 3 it'll be shit. If I draw 7 it wouldn't be that great either. Okay. Yeah, so I guess like in effect then, like by doing what I did, the only part that could kind of work with the hand subsequently would have been this, right? Whereas tossing this then kind of just shuts it all down with the ramen, I guess. Maybe it's just really factoring in the win rate kind of, you know, win rate rather than, yeah, okay, all right. Yeah, I wasn't sure on the spot, like whether should I take the wider weight or should I at least like kind of maybe, you know, keep the 2P for more defensive purposes and then tanky kind of thing. So I guess like yeah, in most circumstances, if you can tanky, if you can take the ramen weight, you take the ramen weight in a way. Yeah, correct. I kind of saw that, you know. But it wasn't so much the upgrade in mind. Like at this point in time, I was kind of looking more at the 5, 6, 7, and I did hold on to the 2P, not so much from a I am greedy perspective, but at this point I would have been concerned with Doimin as well. That was kind of what was running through in my head. The 7S Zemo was just really lucky. That one I was aware, you know. So again, like you know, I was a little bit I guess confused, you know. I was a bit confused at this point, you know, and I did highlight it. So, but I mean, I guess what's kind of, so you can kind of see, right? What's good is that I can identify spots where I know it's kind of sketchy, right? As compared to like, you know, like not being able to identify it at all, you know. So I kind of like, yeah, then we just kind of at least like look at it and kind of put some effort towards like at least finding the answer, right? Like prior to that, what I'll do is just like, oh, okay, like yeah, I'm not sure, you know, I'm kind of happy to just leave it as I'm not sure whether should I have cut the 2P or the, you know, or whatever, the 6 or 7 kind of thing. I was just happy to just kind of leave it there, and then I never actually bothered to like I said again, put in the work to actually find out whether is it the right call or the wrong call. You know, so really just at that point where I just like, okay, you know what, just like, yeah, let's just stop doing that. Next one was here. I think here I wasn't sure what's the first cut. South 3. I wasn't sure what was the first cut. So I guess it was correct. Alright, we lose 9. Yeah, did I toss 9 out first? Yeah, I toss 9 out first. So okay, so no objections. Right, we toss 9, we keep none because it's double none. Right. And I cut the none at the right time as well. Yeah, okay. Alright. It's okay. I mean at least good. Like I kinda identified the right spot to that it was kind of like, okay, it made sense to not hang on to it made sense not to hang on to none anymore. Here though, I draw 3, discard 2, he says discard 1. So at this point he prioritizes interesting. Yeah, I was in a little bit of a jam at this point. Discard 1. If I discard 1, I'm left with 3, 3, 5. Okay, I think I know why. I did kind of come across a similar spot earlier, you know, where like, okay, what do we do in this situation? You know, so this part is kind of fairly straightforward. Actually, no, I don't think it's about potential Tanyao. It's more about the fact that like how, you know, you in when you look at this, we are not factoring in the impact and the potential to draw the next 3, like to draw a third 3, either to draw a third 3 or a third 2. Like I had a similar spot, you know, earlier, and I was just, I think, and this one was definitely before you came in. I was just staring at it and trying to figure out like why would you kind of do it in this circumstance, you know? And after staring it really, really long, I kind of like really just came to the conclusion that when you're in this spot, you cannot discount the potential and the benefits of drawing the third 3 or the third 2. So it wasn't so much a Tanyao thing in this case. It was actually the drawing of the third part of those pairs, right? I mean, now that I say that, does it kind of make sense to you? Let's see. Yeah, second was 2, so it's like, yeah, second was 2 and then third was 3. So it wasn't Daniel. There was definitely no consideration for Daniel. And I think the reason why no consideration for Daniel, in this case was because you have 7, 8, 9, you have 5, 6. Right. So breaking any chance of getting Daniel requires breaking the 9 here. And I can kind of see the trend as far as how the bot plays, right? Is that in these kind of circumstances it will never work towards Daniel. It's following a path of very work with what you have kind of thing, right? And more often than not, you will never do fancy things like kind of toss the 9, hope for 4, draw a 4, and then kind of like you upgrade it into Daniel, that kind of stuff. It will never do that in these kind of circumstances. It always prioritizes like what you have and what is already there kind of thing over like I guess like these kind of fancy play syndrome, So when we kind of look at this in mind kind of thing, right? And we kind of look at this in mind, the reason why it says toss the reason here why it says toss the 1, I strongly believe is that there's a certain benefit to not writing off the possibility and the potential and the impact of actually drawing the next tree. Because after staring at the same spot with an earlier situation, that was the only conclusion that I could draw from it. So I don't know, what do you think, right? Like do you kind of come to the same conclusion here, right? Whereby like when we look at this and we wonder why, right? It's the fact that we kind of like, I guess mentally like kind of block off the fact that like that we draw the third tree. And I guess sometimes why there's a habit of doing that is because like by the time you have 2, you kind of like don't feel that you would draw the third one. You know what I mean? Yeah, correct. So that's what I think, is kind of like the blind spot that is kind of happening here in that sense, right? It's sort of like more so, besides the fact that second pair is like, yeah, correct. So it's this kind of like second pair working together with the fact that like, if you actually draw the third one in both circumstances, right? Like even if you draw the third 3 and you draw the third 2, it's a hell of a lot stronger than whatever else that we are kind of doing here in that sense, So that is what I kind of realized, right? And it's the second time that I'm seeing this today as well. Right, which is why immediately when you sit here, I can kind of like, okay, yeah, this is why you do that, because you don't in the case of like we have 2 pairs like this, right? You just do not write off the potential of the third card draw in that sense, right? And in fact, you kind of really want to just keep that open because it probably... Okay, so this is the thing, right? Like right now, when we come to that point, I'm kind of too lazy to mentally process like what happens after. I'm kind of happy to just like, okay, you know what, this is the right choice, and I can see why it's the right choice, and I'm just gonna let it play out, and hopefully like positive experience just results in positive reinforcement in a sense, and just kind of like trust that, okay, that this is going to be the right decision going forward, and just kind of roll with it, because I really just cannot like, I guess at this point in time, thinking too far ahead just gives me too much to kind of manage as well. I just want to at least like kind of be aware with regards to the whole like, yeah, this spot. So okay, all right. This was, are we in S3? Yeah, I'm in S3. Yeah, this was the only part that I guess I kind of also did struggle a little bit with. After that, we had this, I discard 3. Okay, so at this point in time, what was happening here? Somewhere along the line, here I discarded 3, and it says keep 9. Distant Shashoku calls. Okay. I don't know, man. The thing with Shashoku is like I find it hard to like factor it in if the possibility is just too far off. Like when that happens, I kind of just start to write it off, and like if it happens, it happens. But I don't like. Okay. Okay. But if you kind of start working Shanshoku into this, right? Let's see, 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I guess so, right? Then if Shanshoku kind of happens, then you just end up tossing the extra 3. Yeah, then you just toss the extra 3 and then you kind of leave it there. That's true. Yeah, the Shanshoku here was definitely a little bit kind of like not so much on the radar. I might have overlooked it. I don't recall sitting here thinking that, wow, I got Shanshoku chance. I guess at this point in time there was just too many things flashing, too many Doras flashing. I was just kind of like, okay, you know what, whatever, I take whatever. Pinful, I take Pinful, I take whatever, I take Richie. You know, wasn't really thinking like up to the point of like Shanshoku. But I guess, yeah, Shanshoku was the thing, right? At this point here, it kind of gave up though. Just kind of gave up on all these. Yeah, this was off value. Yeah, exactly. So the same thing, right? You know, I you know, it's kind of the same for me. But I think at this point in time here, it actually tells me to lose the Dora. Interesting, right? I kind of lost the 3 and figured, like, you know what, like I'll kind of work the Dora in, right? But of course, at this point in time, I guess it's just. Yeah, I can see how hanging on to the Dora isn't good. Yeah, I was just being just that tad greedy. I was just being just that tad greedy. I kind of figured, like, you know what, maybe I draw a third one here or something like that. But okay, so do not be greedy. But you can see, right, like how like it really has this whole like work with what you have kind of thing, and like it's totally unafraid of, like, you know, like tanky situations and all that sort of stuff, which I've always had this chip on my shoulder about. You know, I hate tankies just that little bit too much, to the point where it does impact my game, and I'm just trying to find that balance between like being more accepting of them and learning to live with it rather than like fight it all the time. So here it says toss 9, okay, fine. Alright, and here it says toss 7. What happened with the toss 7? This was turn 8. So here it says toss 7. Yeah, I agree. But the funny thing is, right, like from what I can see, more often than not, the value is not the factor. Like it seems all the time whenever I'm in those spots, right? Like it's the bot doesn't even consider stuff like that. You know, like it always just optimizes for like, no, this is kind of like the right decision. So I would say that in a certain sense, it is more really just more accepting of tanky in certain situations in that sense, and I don't see value as the consideration as well. Like it doesn't like exactly like it doesn't sacrifice tanky for Yaku to a very large degree as well. Like it really just goes for outright efficiency to a certain extent, you know. I mean, of course, in some situations you really got to wonder why, right? But I mean, well, like I said, the bot is supposed to be really strong. So I'm trying to understand, like why is it that in these situations do we actually then like why is the bot right also in that sense, you know? And I guess also the same thing with all these things, right? Like why we struggle with it is that to some degree we do not believe because we don't understand the rationale, or we just don't see the rationale in that sense, you know. Here what I do? I drew 4, discard 7, it says discard 3. I drew 4, it says discard 3. It'd probably say discard 7 as second choice. So it's not the worst. It was a fairly close call. I think at the end of the day, the intention is kind of like to lose both. Yeah. I think this one not too. I don't need to worry too much. Like I don't think I can humanly process these kind of differences. It's just too small. Not with timer anyway. It's okay. Well, I mean, okay. At least if anything, it was just a marginal mistake in this case, right? Then I didn't have any more. Which part? This card's here. I tossed 4. Sorry, I tossed 7, which was the second choice. I tossed 7 and then I ended with this. Oh, and then the game kind of ended immediately after. Yeah. Puritan considerations? Let me see. I mean, for me, definitely that would be. Yeah. So what I think was at the end of the day, like it was a case of just both was gonna have to go, right? Like 3 and 7 would probably likely have to go. That's what I think. Oh, although okay, I think I know what was kind of running through my head also at that point in time. What was running on through my head was, you see, in this situation here, right? If I had drawn, you see, I'm still factoring in the possibility of drawing another 9, right? Because if I had drawn another 9, you know that we're definitely like chucking the 8 and like, you know, and like probably going for the 3-6 draw here or something like that, right? Although that would be like super hyper aggressive kind of thing. But yeah, probably for return considerations as well, that also does make sense. But interesting though, because I can now see how like keeping the 9 has kind of jammed up the hand a little bit, right? Because I kept it I kept it all the way up to now, and it kind of actually served no purpose other than like just look pretty, right? Like up to this point, it just looked pretty. It hasn't really served any much function. Yeah, if I had, right? But you know, yeah, that's true as well, right? Yeah, if I draw a 9, then you lose the 3. So I guess maybe it's probably, it could have been factoring that as well. Like, I do know it was a marginal difference as well. Like, it was just a marginal difference. Actually, yeah, if I draw another 9, yeah, I would have lost the 3 there. That's true. I was just talking a little bit too quick there as well. Talking just that little bit too quick. That is true. Yeah. I mean, I know I said like we go for this and lose the 8 kind of thing, but it was just me, you know, talking really like kind of talking without thinking. I probably would not have missed it if we had actually drawn the 9. Very well, yeah, definitely lost the 3 there as well. So just a little bit of backtrack there. But yeah, that one was fairly. Here, what do we have? Here it wants me to keep wins. Still wants me to keep. Okay. This one, I guess, is the whole outside in and inside out kind of. Yeah, okay, alright, that's fine. Outside in, inside out. Yeah, okay. What do we have here? Here was. Let's cut 6. Must be lose 9. Eh? Okay, this is interesting. I toss 6 and wants me to lose 9. How was it? I gotta find this spot. This was interesting. 10, 11. You see, so I think that was what I talked about, right? Whereby like the AI is not afraid of not having a pair, whereas I'm terrified of not having a pair. Like I hate having to look for pairs when I do not have a pair. You know, that's my I guess like my auto default like thinking in a sense, right? Like I just hate looking for pairs, so I'd rather like hang on to pairs rather than. So obviously there's some kind of efficiency issue here in that sense, right? Because why else would you break the pair and kind of be happy with, like, I don't know. I really actually don't know. Well, on the bright side, it was kind of like, well, second choice, right? But still, at the same time, you know, it's like, wow. Hey, Pina. No, Pina, we've actually been looking at I've actually been looking at this the whole entire night, right? And surprisingly, the like one of the conclusions that I can kind of draw from, right, is that the AI is really just not afraid of not having pairs. Like, it's really just not afraid of not having pairs. Like, in most circumstances, it just really just doesn't give a shit whether or not you have a pair. Like, it's not afraid of having to find a pair from, like, you know, like whatever is left kind of thing. Right? Because talking about 4-chain, right, there were earlier circumstances as well where it kind of just says, you know what, screw the 4-chain. We'll worry about the pair later kind of thing. You know. Yeah, so that's the thing, right? Like, Bray. It says like, you know, like as far as AI is concerned, it's kind of like you know, you can always worry about the pair later, right? I don't think so. That's the thing. I don't think so. I don't think that it kind of like worries about Ricci until Ricci happens. There were no Ricci here. Was Kami done by? Yeah, Kami was done by. No Ricci from Kami though. Let's draw 8, discard 8, assist, discard 9. See, like, even up to here is just like doesn't give a shit about. Okay, so what happened here? Did I deal in here? I think I dealt in here. Yeah, I must have dealt in here. I tossed the 8, I also deal in. So maybe here it was kind of, wow. Okay, maybe here it was deal in considerations. Yeah, correct, Pina. So like I'm honestly I'm not, this is not so much like a stat kind of thing, right? Like remember how I keep bitching about like tankies and all that sort of stuff, right? Yeah, this is just me trying to sort that problem out. Like, I'm trying to figure out, like, you know what, at least if I kind of see like really what the right decision is and try to understand, like, at least just try and understand the rationale of some of these decisions, right? You know, I can stop having that problem of, like, you know, the whole like, oh, why, you know, like, what should I do? And like remember how I keep doing stuff and I keep saying like you watch the stream a lot, you know, and how I keep like saying like I know it's the wrong decision, but I can't help myself kind of thing. Yeah, I'm just tired of you know, so yeah, a lot of this is just kind of working that part there. Yeah, he was Dhamma. They were all Dhammas. And also, like, again, S2, like, they were both S2 players. What was I thinking here? I think at this point in time I was a little bit more concerned with. I can't remember. This is 9. Guess probably from a defensive point of view, right? 7, 8, 9. Am I Tenpai if I chuck this? I was Tenpai. Am I still Tenpai if I chuck this? No, I lose Tenpai. 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I lose Tenpai. Okay, so this was probably like a defense thing. When I played this hand though, I kind of figured at some point that I wanted to give up on the hand. Like, I guess maybe it kind of felt also like this was the... No, it wasn't double run. It wasn't... I don't recall it being double run. 6, 7... No, I don't recall it being double run. What happened here? Oh, okay. No, it was him. It was just him. So it's just Simo that was... It was just Simo that was Tenpai. Right. But I knew I could deal up to Mangan and still keep second. That's one thing I did know. Or at least I was aware of. But this guy was just having a blast. He was just like practically steamroll the whole entire game. Okay. Was he Tenpai? Let's go and see. Not enough? Oh yeah, that's true. It would have been double runner. Not enough. Oh, what's up? Wow. Then I really got away here. Like, I really got away here. Because if he took the run, then I would have been just screwed. I would have been just screwed into third and I would have been really, really sore. Which is kind of unfortunate because, to be frank, like I did talk through this hand as I was playing it. Like, I kind of felt like, you know what, seriously, at this point in time, I was kind of happy to just like jam the hand. I did say beforehand also, like, if I was in Tenpai, right, and it kind of got close, I was more than happy to kind of switch into no 10 and just let the game die, because there was absolutely no need for me to even try anything here, because there was no way I could catch Simo, and I had absolutely no intention to as well, right? Like, even if I manga in here, I'm not gonna like I probably wouldn't bother, because like even if I manga in here, like it narrows the gap a little bit more, and then I need to manga again, and like nah. Yeah, but don't forget, right? If I win here, what my concern would have been was that I would still need another big hand to take first, right? You know, going up against like, I guess, like two obviously stronger opponents, right? With the risk of dealing in myself, you know, in the subsequent round, in that sense. So I really would not have wanted this to drag on for another round. That was really just my consideration, you know, in that sense. Whereby it's kind of like just like, yeah. Oh, as in you mean like if he had Ron here, I would have been okay. Would it have avoided? Let me see. Yeah, I guess I would have been okay. I would still have been okay. That is true. Bigger point gap for next year. Yeah, that's true. But I don't know. I guess I kind of just felt that like maybe in a way, like it was just gonna be so much work to try and catch him that, like, you know, probably just be happy taking second. I don't know. Yeah, 1-3. Yeah, that's true. I'm not. I didn't factor that. I thought it would have been really. It's just 40. Yeah, Tanyao, and then nothing. Yeah, that's true. Okay. I kind of half expected it to be like 2 or something like that, and then it would have been a bit hairy. But yeah, there is an interesting point of discussion, like with the whole, like, you know, so you would have tried to win this and actually try and go for first. Like, I don't know, at this point in time, like really that just went through my head. That was like, yeah, just chasing him would have been way I didn't intend to click that, but yeah, chasing him would have been way too much work. Like more than necessary. And like just so much shit can happen, right? I mean you know, you talk about outside chance or Yakuman, that kind of bullshit and stuff like that, you know, like rather than would it have been worth the, you know, would it have been worth the hassle? Right, if I take this, I mean, obviously no intention to retreat, so if I take this, it would have been dealer 2. Yeah, exactly. I mean, like if I took this, it would also have been dealer 2. It would not have been anything bigger than that. So it's not like I have like a Mangan hand here, which I could kind of like chase down as well. And at no point, I don't think at any point it looked like I had a possible Mangan, you know, right? So max my hand would probably be like this really sketchy, you know, 2 maybe 3 tops kind of thing. Yeah, just felt like too much work. Like just take it, end it, and then like kind of start the next game kind of thing. But in this case, of course, next game being just kind of coming back and kind of reviewing everything kind of thing, right? I have to be honest though, like he needs Mangan to steal second. Yeah, he needs a Mangan Tsumon to steal second. Yeah, that's true. Right, which is why, yeah, I was kind of factoring in all of this, you know, and I kind of didn't like the fact that my hand was kind of developing in a way that kind of forced me to not give up the hand so easily. You know, like you see, like with all these draws and things like that, right? It was kind of annoying. Like I didn't like the fact that the hand was developing this way. I would much rather, you know, I would much rather have like the hand just like gone to shit, and then it would have been so much easier to, you know, like as you can see, like really right out the gates, right? I just didn't want to, but it was kind of like just like, okay, you kind of have that. It's like it would be so weird to toss that out and break it there, right? You know, so weird and so unnecessary. So it just kind of like slowly flowed, as you can see, like it just really flowed into the state kind of thing at this point. So I wasn't too, like, it was one of those circumstances where I actually wasn't happy over the fact that the hand was developing, funnily enough, right? Because you can see also how it just develops to a point where like it gets you to Tenpai and then you have to break Tenpai. Like that very moment, you know, that very moment you get into Tenpai is you know, by the next turn you have to break it. So this is some of the tick subtypes that I really just like, it just annoys the shit out of me, right? Like Tenpai for 1 turn, and then after that, next thing you know, you deal with it, you know. So I honestly, I would much rather fold it right out the gates kind of thing. But like it was also kind of weird to fold. Like it was just so warped to fold in the sense that like even here, if you want to fold, what do you toss, right? You know, I guess you toss the 9, right? But if you toss the 9, if I toss the 9 here with intention to start folding, right, I'm still kind of left with really sketchy, really dangerous discards. Right, so I at the back of my mind, I really didn't like how this hand played out, you know, because I really just didn't like, I didn't want the hand to develop, and it just ended up developing, right? And like any kind of discard to there wasn't really any safe discard, I would say, right? Not one that was kind of obvious to me, and I felt like, you know, like if I were to try and like play safe and kind of deal in as a result of that, you know, right? Like kind of felt like, imagine at this point that you say, nah, you know what, I'm gonna break the hand, I just don't want to deal in, right? And then you toss the 9 and then you kind of deal in somewhere kind of thing, you know. It kind of had a little bit of that feel. So I didn't like how this whole entire hand played out. It's one of those where you really just don't like, you know. 1p dead, 4p Dora. Yeah, this part this part with the 1p and the 4p kind of thing, it was just like it just kind of happened. Like I wasn't even like I said, honestly, I think even if somebody dealt 4p here, I don't think I would have clicked wrong, to be honest. Like I really just wouldn't. I just really felt it was way too much work to try and catch him, and I would much rather just end it in second, than risk some kind of massive upset in the last hand, because I had some stupid game, where I zimo Paiman yesterday, where I zimo Paiman in the last hand, right? Funnily enough, I zimo Paiman in the last hand, and I was still last. That was how horrible the round kind of went. Like I just sat down there and just bled points and like get hit left and right by all these like 4-turn, 5-turn Dharma, like 3-4s kind of 3-4 hands kind of thing, So I am cautious of some of these like weird sudden, final hand last round kind of like BS popping up. I guess also because it's happened to me quite a bit. It has happened to me quite a bit in the last couple of weeks, right? Where it's like, you just kind of think that you're kind of okay, kind of cruising kind of thing, and then like next thing some guy pulls off some really massive thing, Like even in summer, I had spots where it's like kind of like you think like, oh wow, I'm kind of comfortably in second or comfortably in first kind of thing, right? And of course it's summer, but still it's the whole flip around at the last hand kind of thing, right? Like where really like the guy kind of just pulls off some Yakuman or something like that, and I have done it to others as well. Yeah. Really, you would still like try and like fight for points even if it means risking the possibility of dropping second here? Oh yeah, that's true. That one is definitely true. You just kind of force and go blind, right? So I guess the problem, my consideration, was the whole like really just I don't even want to give him the chance. Like Kami is definitely desperate enough to just try and attempt anything. Kami is desperate enough to attempt anything, and Tuimian is skillful enough, like an S2 player, right? He's skillful enough to pull it off. He would be skillful enough to pull it off. Wow. And you see, I think this is one of the reasons why I also put this off in that sense, no, we're talking about the next hand, right? Yeah, he would be slow, but okay, whether or not he's fast or slow it will be subjective because it all depends on the start state of his hand, right? But the thing is that like I think being an S2 player, right, we definitely know beyond a doubt that he, if given the chance, like if anybody's gonna pull it off, he's gonna pull it off, I mean, some of these S rank players are really scary when it comes to like efficiency and how they play their hand, right? I mean, if anything, I always give credit to S2 rank plus players kind of thing. I've looked at logs and I've seen like how they manage their hand is really like wow. Like I am a bit like, you definitely look at this from a different level as to how I am looking at it. But yeah, back to what I was kind of saying. It's like it's kind of, I guess this is also one of the reasons why I've been putting it off, like putting all this off, because like you look at it, right? We sat here for 4 hours. I've sat here for 4 hours and I played 2 Hanchans, and the rest of it was just kind of like browsing and trying to understand like what was happening or where the mistakes were in that sense, I guess like again the same thing, right? I the motivation now is just like I really just got to a point where I figured enough is enough. Like playing more is just gonna mean more of the same mistakes and the same kind of bullshit in that sense, right? And not knowing the answer. So it's like, yeah, let's just kind of stop and try and and try and like at least like try and improve. Well, it means if anything, at least I learned a couple of stuff and I reinforced a couple of things, right? Like the whole 1-4 thing was a very good eye opener for me. You know, that was a very good eye opener for me, and the whole like thing about the 2 pairs and not discounting the third draw, the draw of the third card in that sense. These are probably the 2 things which kind of really stood out to me by actually like looking at the whole entire review in that sense. You know. But oh well. Hey, thanks for the company though. Really thanks for dropping in. I mean, it was really fun also like bouncing off stuff, you know, with you in that sense. You know, I did learn a lot. Like you did help provide some extra insight, you know, when it comes to the whole entire thing. And I really appreciate, you know, you spending the time here as well. I mean, you could also be playing games yourself and stuff like that and whatnot, you know, by having and sitting here discussing stuff with me, you know. Right, I really do appreciate the time that you kind of shared with me in that sense. So thank you very much. I don't think I have energy to kind of play another round, dissect another round. So you know, and considering the fact that well you are the only viewer right now, you know, I might actually just kind of stop the stream here and just, you know, probably, I don't know, just go and chill for a little bit. I mean, of course, if like suddenly there were a lot of people here, then, you know, that sort of stuff, then maybe I might kind of squeeze in some round just for entertainment or something like that. But since it was quiet today, I guess it also being Monday and stuff like that, you know, it's like, yeah, okay, all right, then maybe, you know, like stop it here, take a break, stuff like that and whatnot. But hey, really thanks for dropping in. You know, I really appreciate it. It was very good conversation, you know, rather than just dissecting the whole thing by myself. So yeah, thank you very much, and yeah, hope to see you again soon. So yeah, well, interesting learning experience, very good conversations, very good thought points, you know. Hopefully this kind of gets me better, right? And I stop like just having this whole bounce around with like M1, M2, back to E3, back to M1, back to M2, back to E3, that sort of stuff. I'm just so tired of that part, right? And I mean, also, what else is there to do, right? I already did the whole E3 thing, not E3 thing, the whole East round thing, right? So that's over and done with. The only thing that I'm kind of left with is just outright playing, and with outright playing, then maybe the whole thing is that you can play with like gaining rank, you know, in mind kind of thing, right? And I guess like, you know, like right now what I'm doing is kind of focusing on 4P because, well, I don't know, I kind of realized that like, okay, you know what, that is kind of starting to slide a little bit, I guess. I don't know where some of these bad habits are kind of coming up from, and also I guess like thought processes really just need to be worked on. So yeah, I'm not having the most miserable time as well, you know. I just realized though that like if you're gonna do this, it's just so much easier to do it with a desktop, and most of the time being a mobile player prior to like the whole streaming thing, right, I was mostly playing on mobile, so it's like so it's just so much harder to do it on mobile than on desktop, you know, which is why I've really been putting it off, you know. But it wasn't the most painful experience as well, you know, like fairly good brain exercise in that sense. So I don't hate it. I might continue doing it, right, you know, and hopefully like others kind of drop in and like, you know, we can share some insights and things like that and whatnot, and we can kind of learn stuff together. So yeah, really good experience, you know. We're gonna do it again tomorrow. I'll be on again tomorrow for sure. So anyway, thanks all for dropping in. Pina, as always, you're always here, we're always chatting, you know, love your company. So yeah, I'm gonna end it here. Not many games played, but you know, it was a good learning experience. So have a good day all, you know, or if it's the end of the day, well, I hope you had a good day and, you know, enjoy the rest of your evening. So see you guys tomorrow. Bye.